Hello there, everybody. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. How's everyone's doing? Everybody is well. Stabby, GG's on first. Mo, congratulations on second. And Misty, hello. Congratulations on third. I hope everybody's well. Oh, hello. What? Infernal. Sunglasses. What? Sunglasses? It's been fucking raining all day, dude. Have I got any sunglasses? Here we go. Here we go. How clean are they? Let me just give these a bit of a clean. Infernal. Welcome in. It's good to see you again. Right, start again. Right, hang on. There we go. Hey Siri. Start the timer for 10 minutes, please.
10 minutes, starting.
If you want to review recent events, you should check the corpus.
Yes,
Why
I know.
not open your ring terminal and take a quick look?
I know. Okay. I'm starting to feel like I want to turn Dollman off. Is there anything in the options? Because, yeah. I'm not sure I need. Why is there a little blue dot next to aim assist? Unless I put it on strong. Okay. But yeah, no option to turn off. Oh man. Even more metal. Oh, is this metal from other people? Okay. I was about to fucking take this and put it in my fucking I think somebody's put a fucking sign there. Or maybe it's just because they got the mine running. Anyway, so we only need a tiny little bit of ceramics for one place. Make it dark. I wanted to ask, have you put any consideration into to go to TwitchCon USA this year? Unfortunately, I won't be able to make it, dude. My bonus is paid alongside my pay rise, so I get my new salary pay rise, and then I get my bonus all in one pay packet, which means I pay tax on it. So, you know, it got taxed fairly heavily because not only was it the bonus amount, but it was also my monthly salary amount, all taxed as one thing, which is, yeah, unfortunate, but it's also really nice to get a bonus, right? So I'm not really complaining, but unfortunately it does mean that it did get eaten into a fair bit, and I've got a few things that I'm still paying for, you know, on a monthly basis, you know, my GPU and a couple of other bits and pieces that, you know, I can afford to pay them, but it means I haven't got an awful lot of disposable income at the moment. So unfortunately, this year, again, I won't be able to make it. I mean, I haven't even been able to make it to the EU TwitchCon a couple of times now, which is a real shame. But I honestly, I get such bad FOMO. I see everyone's photos and I see everyone, like, you know, selfies together and going out for food, and oh man, it's, yeah, I wish I could go every year. I'd like to get to a place where I go every year. But yeah, the American one is obviously quite far away, and also fairly expensive. But sometime in the future, I would love to do American TwitchCon, because I've got a bunch of American Twitch friends, you know. So I'd love to do American TwitchCon, you know, at least once, you know, if not, you know, often. But yeah, EU TwitchCon, especially seeing as it's going to be in Rotterdam for the next. I think they've outright said it's going to be in Rotterdam for the next few years, so I can start looking for, you know, accommodation near the venue, near the con centre, really early, and that hopefully means, you know, I can bag something reasonably cheap. Maybe sort of 6 or 7 months in advance, I can look at flights. Speaking of looking at flights, look at that fucking sunset. It's even nicer with my sunglasses on. And the FOMO, I might not be able to do it next year, but I really want to do EU TwitchCon for 2027 or 28. Yes, so yeah, I've fucking hell, dude. The thunder is so loud. It's literally right above my head. I don't know if you saw the video I put in Kate's general, in Kate's Discord. He was like, who's getting their crack out over Crumbs' house? And I was looking out the window at the time. I was just going to do a video saying it's actually storming. But yeah, it stopped raining. I thought, because it's been raining on and off all day, but then the thunder's been really loud. So, yeah, not sure what's going on there. You would pick the right time of day for me to wear sunglasses. It's fucking dusk. So it's just dark enough for me to not be able to see what the fuck I'm doing. Goated redemption. But yes, Daddy Dennis, welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. But yeah, unfortunately, each year I've been sort of looking at flights and accommodation and everything, figuring out, sorry, there's fucking cat hair all over these sunglasses, and when I put them on, it's just ended up going all over my nose. You know, figuring out what's the cheapest day to fly to America, because the one thing that lots of people don't really figure out, they don't really take advantage of when you're flying, is sometimes the flight can be so much cheaper on certain days of the week. So if you fly on certain days, the money you save on the flight, you can just pay for an extra night or two in the hotel. So you can get a couple of days to just chill out and just, you know, do whatever before you fly, which is kind of nice. And it costs you the same, you know? So you've got to be checking. You've got to sort of, you've got to check every single flight that's going to and from. And, you know, some days it's really cheap to fly into an airport. Sometimes it's really cheap to fly out of an airport. Sometimes there's loads of flights at certain times of day. So, you know, there's lots of variables to be. Yeah, obviously, it's all planning, basically, you know. It's all about planning. And yes, if it's going to be, if EU is going to be in Rotterdam, and obviously America is always in San Diego, I can just try and plan a lot earlier, and then hopefully. Oh, we got 2 deliveries for the motherhood. Put those in there.
Order accepted.
And then we need 540 of something. Bunny, welcome in. Look who's cool. Look who's a cool cat. Yeah. No, the thing is, I own a couple of very expensive pairs of well, not very expensive. I own a pair of like legitimate Ray-Ban, like, you know, polarized sunglasses. They're fairly expensive, but they're not designer, like, you know, thousands of pounds or anything. But I keep seeing these sort of like short square lens ones, and I saw these in like an alley-oop or an ale-hop or whatever you want to call it, and I was like, they're like €4. I was on holiday somewhere. They're like €4. I was like, yeah, why not? Well, I actually really like them. Yeah, they're fairly comfy. Obviously, you want to flex on them. There's something iconic about the shape of these. They're just, you know, they got a really sort of raked. The lenses are really raked back, and they're also covered in cat hair as well. But yeah, they're quite snug on my head, which is good, because it means they won't fall off if I go on a boat or something. However, yeah, the other ones I've got, you have to measure from here to here. There's measurements that govern the geometry of them, and I sort of figured out the exact measurements I want. These are RB2140902 5022 153N, whatever that means. But yeah, these ones fit pretty well, but I'm a little bit overweight at the moment because of my health. Not being able to exercise properly because of my cardiovascular issues, so they're a little bit snugger than I'd like. But yeah, if you get ones that fit properly, like they sit right on my nose, they just touch my cheeks, I can sort of look over them if I want. So yeah, they're really nice. But yes, I bought another pair because I saw some slightly different ones that I liked, and yeah, I've been wearing those for a while. And they're a little bit too tight, unfortunately. I got the widest size, but my head's too fat, unfortunately. Cute as fuck. Thank you, I appreciate that. I know you mentioned last year you'd love to do it. That's why I thought I'd ask. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I appreciate you asking, Infernal. I appreciate that. And yes, Dennis, I hope you're well, dude. But yes, I think you've extended my trip this year to fly Wednesday since it's a lot cheaper than the Thursday. Exactly. This is it. Is that, you know, if you're going to fly all of that way, like, you may as well, like, you may as well like also do some other stuff. So I sometimes feel like, you know what, if I could really afford it, fly out the Monday before the weekend of the con, do stuff with people for like, you know, a few days before the con, do the con on the Saturday, and then fly out like the end of the following week or the Wednesday of the next week, or maybe do Wednesday to Wednesday or something, you know. Just, you know, make a week of it, because it's such a long flight. I mean, for the EU, when I went to Paris, you know, I went there like on the fucking Friday afternoon. I left England at like, you know, just before midday on Friday to get to a convention on Saturday, Sunday. So, you know, but all I was doing was getting the Eurostar. Sorry, I couldn't think of the name. All I was doing was getting the Eurostar, and then, you know, getting a taxi from, you know, 540 ceramics, and then getting a taxi from Rue de Gare to the apartment. So, you know, it was nice and easy, nice and quick. I could do it in like 6 or 7 hours. I don't know if you guys heard that. I'll make a clip there. But yeah, holy fuck, dudes. The thing is, I can't show you guys that there's a map, there's a dynamic map on the internet that sailors use, and it shows you strikes, it shows lightning strikes, and they're registered by a bunch of cameras that are looking around. And it shows you all the strikes per hour, per minute, and where they're located and everything. And yeah, over here on the south coast of the UK, it can get so crazy. Like out to sea, there can be like, you know, 2 or 3 meters in between them, and they're just striking constantly. It's fucking insane. But obviously sailors need to know that when they're, you know, taking their boats out and stuff. So they managed to put me onto it. Clay materials. Ceramics. Oh, you got nothing. You got niche. You're dead to me. But yeah, like it's not very often that the lightning strikes aren't that close together, but yeah, it's like I said in Kate's chat, it's a proper crack and then like a rumble, you know, it's like a proper strike. It's not just like I can hear rumbling in the distance. There's darkness in the distance from the way that I've been living. I'm hoping for forgiveness. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. You and I drink the poison from the same vial. Oh, I love it and I hate it at the same time. Something stuck in my head for fucking months. Anyway. But yes, definitely check what days are cheapest to fly on, because, as I say, you might find that staying in your hotel is, you know, let's say $150 a night. But your flight would be $300 cheaper if you fly 2 days later or 2 days earlier. So it's the same price, but you get 2 extra days holiday. So yeah, you really want to take advantage. Because yeah, it's the same money, you know, it's literally the same money. And this is one of the reasons why sometimes a package holiday can be really good, because the airlines and the hotels will be like, okay, we've got nobody going, you know, coming, when nobody's going on holiday for this particular week of the year. We've got bags of empty hotel rooms, we've got bags of empty flights. Let's just package it up and take 10% off, and we can sell those tickets. And you end up saving yourself. But obviously the trouble is, when you do a package, everyone else does a package, and you can end up with some pretty ropey flights. Oh yeah, they didn't fucking have any, did they? Fuck's sake. So, where is the motherhood? Right ahead. Yes, no, I'd love to do TwitchCon America, because, you know, Doc and a bunch of other people, you know, on the American side, I'd love to go and meet them, you know. If only once, you know, I'd love to go and meet them, because yeah. The thing about streaming is, you know, you're kind of inviting these people into your home, and it's crazy how, like, my friends, my real life friends, you know, if I was to hear their voice in this room, it wouldn't sound weird because they've been here before. But I've heard Kate and Doc's voice in this flat. You know, I'll be doing stuff and I'll hear Kate and Doc talking, you know, in this flat, and it's just normal to me because I watch them sometimes. Well, I watch them all the time, to be honest. Amongst a bunch of other people. I feel like I might have to start trimming down. I hate to say it, but yeah, trying to watch like 50, 60 different streamers it's starting to get a little bit kind of difficult to keep up with. I feel like I might be spreading myself a bit too thin, but yeah, because I watch them all the time, it's perfectly normal for me to hear their voices. They both got really nice microphones, and obviously they make an effort with the audio on their stream, so I hear their voices like loud and clear in my flat all the time. So it feels normal, you know, it doesn't feel out of place. Whereas if I was to see one of my real friends on a stream and hear them talk on a stream, it would be weird because I know their voice in real life, right? Organise that watching. Yes, this is it. This is it. Is realising that there just isn't enough time to watch everybody. I'd love to. I'd love to, and I've tried to. I've tried to keep up with everyone's streams, but you know, I'm not kidding, dudes. Like sometimes there can be. I mean, I've showed you guys when I'm about to raid out. I've showed you guys that there's easily 50 to 60 people live, or maybe 40 people live on my fucking Twitch, like fairly often. It makes it super difficult to choose a raid target, but also it's just sort of like also kind of like, who do I watch, you know? Who's doing what? I wish I could watch. I wish I had like 5 computers. I could watch everybody at once, but it'd be too much. Like even 2 streams is too much for me, you know. Like if I'm watching somebody who's like a speedrunner and like they don't say a word, they just run the game and they barely engage with chat, I can have them on in the background, and then somebody else who's really
There's hardly a thing out of place.
So what's wild, right, is lightning strikes. Oh no, the distance apart the strikes are is arbitrary. It's the distance between the lightning and the thunder that tells you how far. Because I remember somebody telling me how to work out. When you see the lightning, you start counting, and then there's an equation you can do with the seconds to figure out how many miles away the storm is.
We assumed this delivery was lost for good, but
Oh, there we go.
I don't know where we'd be if it wasn't for your constant support. It isn't much, but we want you to have this.
Thank you.
Your material allowance has been increased at...
Cool. Yes, I've got a fair bit going on with my health at the moment. Work is fucking super busy. So planning anything at the moment is such a task.
If you're feeling hard-pressed or even just a little tired, you're welcome to stay here if you like.
Speaking of which, this Saturday, I'll have to end early because I have to be somewhere about 6 o'clock-ish. So I'll have to stream from sort of, you know, midday until maybe 5 o'clock. But what I might do is I might wake up, and rather than going for a walk and doing some other bits and pieces, I might just wake up and just go live as soon as possible, and then I can stream for most of the day. And then sort of 4 o'clock-ish we can wrap up, or 5 o'clock-ish we can wrap up. I can have a shower and head out. I need to help set up a party. The Hun Palumpa, welcome in. Sorry, I was going to say, is it Hum or Hun with an N? Apologies, I thought it was an N, sorry. Welcome in. Good to see you. So yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that. What we do need though is some ceramics. 640 will do it. 640 will do it. Moin moin. But yes, trying to figure out, you know, a schedule of like who I'm going to watch. Because yeah, there's so many fucking lovely people on this platform. So many lovely people, so little time. If everyone could just stop streaming at the same, you know, I might even, you know, you know what? Hang on. Where can I search for templates? What? Here we go. I'll save that for later. I'll save that for later. Right. Oh, minimize. There's darkness in the distance. Oh, you know, I've had Changes by Ozzy Osbourne stuck in my head for obvious reasons. Rest in peace. That song, I love it and I hate it at the same time, whatever, however it goes. And what else have I had stuck in my head? Yeah, I've had a few songs stuck in my head recently. Fucking social media. People using fucking... because what it is, I have figured out, what it is a chunk of a song or something becomes like popular, and then everybody uses it on their reel for like even reels that don't even make any damn sense. They use it because it fucking, you know. And at one point, people were using audio that was trending, but they would like turn the volume down so you could barely hear it, but it would still get shared because it was trending audio. People are so fucking devious with it. But yeah, it just means you get something stuck in your fucking head.
Daddy Dennis says, why was the superconductor sleeping under a bridge? Because it's homeless.
What? No resistance on a superconductor. I mean, I suppose the ohmage and the conductance would need to be understood, I suppose. But yeah. Right, come on. Where was it? Over here somewhere. In the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
Cool. So that should be it. Yay, there we go. Cool. So we can get as many metals as we want. Although I think, oh no, hang on, yeah, the road's going to carry on, isn't it? So we've got a monorail to take us all the way to here. So any metals that are required, that's fully stocked for metals. That's fully stocked for metals. Another one somewhere. Problem is, there's so many fucking signs for things. That one does need some metal, so we could do that one. And then this one is done for metals, but it does need ceramics as well as some chiral crystals. So ceramics are kind of the order of the day, but we do need 4,000 metals for this one. No, 2,640 metals. And currently in our possession, we have some stuff for delivery. And then a few bits. So what we need to do is head to somewhere where we can recycle some stuff that we don't need taking up space. We've got some deliveries to make after we've done these roads, but this particular road will take us to somewhere where we can mine and farm an absolute fucking shit ton of metals. And I need to double check. I don't know if there's a limit to the private locker, because if there isn't a limit to the private locker, we could just mine and store materials. Because we might need them. But the thing is, seeing as we will eventually stop needing roads, eventually the roads will be all done and we'll 5-star the deliveries near the roads. And also, I must admit, doing some deliveries on foot last stream, it was quite nice. It was quite nice to be just mooching about with some music and stuff, and people enjoyed that reel. I made that reel of me just sort of walking, listening to Woodkid, and I was like, damn, this is Death Stranding. This is what Death Stranding feels like, and a few people enjoyed that one, so it's nice to know there's other people out there that enjoy the game for the right or the same reason. I shouldn't say the right reasons. That's not very polite. For the same reasons I do. Yes, flying into America is my farthest shot after a Vulcan at the moment. So yeah, like America's on my list. I went there a couple of times as a kid, but I haven't been there as an adult really. Well, not a proper adult. I was a teenager when some music was going on over there, and I managed to somehow make my way over to America without, you know, needing to spend too much money. But it wasn't particularly pleasant. But anyway. But yes, it'd be nice to go back as a fully fledged, washed up old man like I am now. And yeah. But yeah, it'd be nice to go see my American streaming friends, and also, you know, it'd be if I was on the west coast of America, I'd be telling, you know, all of my American friends, hey, by the way, I'm actually going to be on your side of the planet for a week or two. So, you know, if you're around California, San Diego sort of way, hit me up. Oh shit, I went the wrong fucking way. I was going to go get some metals, wasn't I? So what we got here? We've got, what's this? Rescue the Timefall resistant emo. Okay, that's pretty close. And then we've got rescue the fluid. Right, okay. So, yeah, so if we actually went right here. And then when I see lost cargo for somewhere I know I've already 5-starred, I'm like, nah, you're all right. I don't want to be picky. The thing is, though, honestly, dudes, if I don't fucking like start thinking about what deliveries I take on, because obviously I played the first game off stream, where it didn't matter, you know, I was in my own little element, just fucking making deliveries, and I was really enjoying it. But obviously for stream, I need to be a little bit more progress focused, because I realized I am 94 hours. Oh shit! Oh shit! We are currently sitting at 108 hours. 108 hours. And we're probably only about just over halfway through the story. So yeah, I'm not exactly rushing, you know, so. But yeah, in any other game, 100 hours, I'd be done, you know? I'd be like, you know, I think I've had my fill, I'm done, cool, we could put this one to bed. But now I'm just as eager to fire this game up now as I was, you know, maybe not on the first time I played it. The first couple of streams, you know, that intro sequence and, you know, playing a whole new Death Stranding. Obviously, the first time I booted the game up was pretty special. But yeah, I haven't got tired of it. I know I've been a little bit critical of a few things, but I really genuinely haven't grown tired of it, even after 108 hours. So yeah, I think that's a testament to how great the game is. And I do feel that part of me being quite so critical and pessimistic is kind of my mental health not being great at the moment, which sucks. You know, it's so heartbreaking when, you know, a film or a game or an album comes out that you've been waiting for, but you're at a real low point with your mental health because you just don't feel it as much, you know? You don't love it as much because, you know, your body's just in a bad mood. And yeah, you know, I'd love to think that, you know, a game or some music or whatever could sort of get me out of a slump, but sadly, with the stuff with my health going on, just so fed up, and just fatigued and tired, and yeah, dreading going into the doctors to get fucking brushed off again. So is that, there it is. It actually gives us a mark. Okay, so I need to You fucking scared the damn thing away.
Fuck this.
You don't have to take him down.
Wonderful. We've secured the animal. Let's deliver it to the metagenomicist.
Yes, I'd love to get over to TwitchCon America at least once. EU, I should really be able to sort something out, but yeah. Paris was super good because I could go there on the Eurostar, and it was genuinely like when Kate was still living in Scotland, I was closer to Paris than I was to Kate because I'm on the south coast of the UK, so I'm actually pretty close to Paris if you look at it geographically. So yeah, and annoyingly, there used to be international trains going through a place called Ashford, which is not too far from where I live. There's a train station called Ashford International. So you used to be able to get the Eurostar from Ashford International, which is not too far from me, so it wasn't even that much of a drive, but annoyingly, I had to fucking get the train up to fucking Gatwick and change to get to St Pancras, and then go from St Pancras on the Eurostar. I only just made my fucking train out there. It was fucking close. And there were a handful of people in the queue in front of me at the passport check-in, and I was like, pardon me guys, like my train is leaving in about 3 minutes. Are you guys on the train? Are you guys on this I think it was like the 11:05. They were like, no, we're on the 20 whatever. I was like, I'm really sorry, I got stuck at Gatwick. My train's in 3 minutes. Is it okay if I go ahead? There's only one, it's only me, and I've only got one small little bag, so I'm not even really checking anything. And they were like, yeah, of course. And I was like, oh my god, thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have missed my fucking train out. And then God knows where I would have got a fucking train. There we go. We love the fucking grabbing on, dude. Grabbing the cargo from up here instead of having to drop down there. Yeah, I just made it. And then on the way back, I had fucking, and the thing is, I got to St Pancras, and I probably had just about enough time. I did leave with time to spare. I just needed to get to St Pancras, and fuck me, dude, I couldn't find the fucking platform. I came into St Pancras on a completely different train line than I normally would. Like I say, I changed at Gatwick. And yeah, I was like, where the fuck is the actual Eurostar platform? And I got to the Eurostar platform because I looked it up on Google Maps to see which side of the building it was on. But I had to go down through the shopping court to fucking get to it. And I was like, okay, fair enough. And then I ended up walking up the stairs to where I just was, to fucking, to actually get on the train. I was like, oh, fucking hell, whatever, dudes, whatever. But yeah, I remember thinking, like, if push comes to shove, I'm going to hop over this fucking barrier. But then I remembered I was on the train just about to go into the tunnel thinking, like, it's a good thing I didn't have to jump over the barrier. And I thought, hang on, it really is a good thing, because if I'd have jumped over the barrier, that would have been like jail time, like not, sustained. I would have been held, for questioning, because I would have jumped over a fucking international train. I mean, I had a passport and a ticket and everything, but still. But yeah, I literally just fucking made it. And then the checkout on the Airbnb was way earlier than I was predicting. My train home wasn't until fucking 7 or 8 o'clock at night. And I thought we were okay to stay in the apartment until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. So I would get a train at like 5, 6-ish. I'd get a taxi, sorry, at like 5, 6-ish to get there for, 6. And then I'd have a couple of hours to chill out and eat something and then use a real toilet for the last time before getting on the train. But nah, they kicked us out at fucking 11 o'clock. And so I had basically, Bambi and Kate left to get their respective modes of transport back. And I just got a taxi to the fucking Rue de Gare. And yeah, just fucking sat in the train station for like 5 hours doing nothing because there was nothing to do. It's really funny, Rue de Gare, because they got fed up of tourists. They removed every single fucking bench in the entire place. There's no seating. There's no seating in that station at all. It's actually kind of a fucking joke. And I remember, like, I found a waiting room and somebody was like, oh, yeah, you can't, this isn't a waiting room for you. And I was like, well, I'm sorry, mate, my train is, in the afternoon. I've got nothing else to do. I'm just going to sort of wait for the train. And he was like, oh, okay, whatever. But yeah, I just sat there for like 5, 6 hours. Just sat there, just letting time go by. It was the longest I've had to wait for a while. Haven't missed a train home or anything for quite some years. But yeah, I was just sat there. And then obviously Kate and Bambi were like, messaging pictures of them like on the plane or on the bus or whatever. I was just like, yeah, I'm still here. I'm still waiting for a fucking train. And I spoke to the help desk and get this, right, the ticket was like 160 quid that I had. I asked how much it would cost to change to an earlier train, so there was one at like 3:30, I think, and they said it was going to be an extra 180 euros on top. And I was like, that's double. I'm sorry, that's fucking double. I'm sorry, I'm not paying that. I ain't fucking paying that. That's ridiculous. But yeah, I just sat there. Rather than paying 180 euros, I just fucking sat there. And obviously when I got back to St. Pancras. Had to get the fucking Northern Line at fucking, I don't know, 10:30 at night to get back to fucking London Vic. And then from London Vic, I had to get a fucking train going south back to where I live. And I literally just managed, by about 2 minutes, I managed to get on the train that was going back to where I live. And then I finally just breathed a sigh of relief, because that last section of the journey, once you get onto your last thing of transport, is that bridge actually going over? Yeah, I want to go over there, go to there, and then we're going up to the microbiologist. Yeah, I've got to cross the river anyway. Yeah, I'm not giving these motherfuckers another 180 fucking euros. And the thing is, the train I got on obviously changed size, because when I got on the train, I sat down in my seat number, and then somebody said, no, sorry, this isn't your seat number. I was like, well, yeah, I've got a ticket here. They said, I'm sorry, there's been, new seat numbers that have been, applied. You should get an email. And I was like, but I'm on the train. I should get an email. I should have had an email, is what you mean. And they said, yeah, your seat number's now this. And I was like, okay, whatever. So I went to fucking find the seat number that I was actually supposed to be sitting in. And there was some miserable looking sod, like, sat there with his legs up on the fucking table and everything. And I was like, oh, here we go. But luckily, as soon as the train left and started moving, I was like, right, so if there's any empty seats around me, they should be empty. I turned around and there was a guy sat there at a table of like one of those 4-person table seats with like 4 seats around a table, is what I mean. And I pointed, is anyone sitting there? He was like, nah. I was like, okay, cool. So I just sat there. And so in the end, I got a comfy seat, which is pretty good. Anyway, enough waffle about fucking TwitchCon Paris. That was a few years ago, breadcrumbs. Let it go. Move on. But yeah, I would love to do EU again. Because, yeah, if it's going to be Rotterdam a few years in a row, it makes planning, because I could start looking now, I could probably bag a really fucking cheap room. I could find like a really cheap room. I could probably ask a few people where did you guys stay? And if they said this place was okay, then I'll be cool, and I'll look and see if I can find a cheap room. Right, am I going back up the river to the... Yeah. But yes, part of me is kind of thinking as well, you know, at 40 years old, I've still got some life left in me, but no kids to worry about or anything. So I think to myself,
That's the way.
if I could get like a decent quality mattress into like a sort of a van to live in, right? Not like a fucking mattress in the back of a van, like a fucking horror movie or something, but you know, people convert vans into like a living space, you know. Because I can do like plumbing and electricity, I can do basics. It's only me, so I don't need to really worry about it too much. But yeah, I think to myself, you know, maybe I should be fucking traveling the world because I've got nothing to hold me back. You know, I can work remotely, so why not? But I wouldn't be able to stream, and I fucking love streaming. As much as I don't like Twitch, I fucking love streaming. So, kind of need a base of operations to exist. And I know you could probably set up like a streaming setup in a van, but yeah, it would be eye-wateringly expensive. And then it would be very dependent on the internet in the area. 4 of 6.
You're mine. Hook that one. Gotcha.
Oh shit, I think we're almost full up, chat.
Hook that one.
Well done, Sam. That's the last of the cargo. Let's head to our destination and make the delivery.
Are there BTs around here?
You're mine. Gotcha.
Yeah, I think we're going up there anyway, so... Right, so... Was that everything we needed for that order? That's good. Okay, so now we need to go up this hill,
You're mine.
if it's possible. And I think we... Oh, yeah, I think we can actually just drive up this. That's a little generator in case we need it. On the train once, sat in the wrong seat by mistake. I didn't know that comes with a pre-assigned seat. Was the first. Yeah, in Europe you get a pre-assigned. In England, it's, you know, you're lucky if you get a seat, like let alone pre-assigned. But yeah, informed by the person who should have sat there and just moved. And I went, oh my bad, sorry, I found an actual seat. And I told the person they moved. Thank fucking. Yeah. This. Oh shit! I fucking should have kept the fucking throttle on. Yeah, you'd like to, because there. It hasn't happened to me, but a friend of mine, you know, got off the train and was like, oh my God, I fucking hate people. And I was like, what? And they were like, I got on the train and my fucking seat, somebody was sitting in the seat I bought, paid for. This was like a pre-ordered, you know, you pre-ordered the train and everything. And yeah, somebody was sitting in their seat and they had to fucking wait until they got to a stop where the ticket conductor was there, so they could say to the conductor, like, this is the seat I'm supposed to be sitting in, somebody's sitting in it, you know, can you ask them to move? It was complete fucking palaver. But this was on like it might have been a Great Western service rather than like a, just, you know, because I think there are train companies in the UK that do actually sell you a seat on certain journeys. Sometimes you just end up on that journey, but you know, there'll be certain things that happen and there'll be a deal with a certain train company because they own that train line, and obviously, you know, they want to cash in. But obviously it's predetermined seats. But yeah, I know what you mean. I have had to put somebody's suitcase on the floor before and they fucking screamed at me. don't touch my bags or something. I'm sorry, your bags don't belong on a seat, you know. I need to fucking, you know, I've paid for a ticket and I intend to use a seat, you know. I'm sure there's seats in other cars. Yeah, I'm sure there are. You can go and put your fucking bag on one of them. No, love.
Hey there.
I walked all the way up the fucking train and there weren't. That's why I'm arguing with you. Anyway. Yeah, this was oh, was it? Well, it was a pre-sold seat in England. Okay, see, it does happen. But this is the thing in Europe, France and Spain and a few other places. Like if they've sold as many tickets as there are seats, so there's no seats for you to actually sit on, they won't sell you a ticket for that train. You have to get the next one, which is it's such a simple thing to do to avoid the trains being crowded. But yeah, in the UK, they just want to take as much money as possible, and they realise people will fucking, you know, take it. So yeah, they won't give us any. They won't give us any orders. Okay, it's a bit annoying coming all the way up here, you to not give me an order, Mr. Chronobiologist. Right, where are we going next? I mean, the Magellan's here. Oh yeah, we've got an order for them, haven't we? Part of me wants to go over the mountain, but the other part of me knows that's a very bad idea. Right, so we'll go down the way we came. Oh my goodness, does that ramp should cancel out full damage? Which is hilarious. So bear with me, chat.
Took that one.
Okay. Oh, okay. So it stops the fucking full damage, but the next bump is obviously going to do, yeah, so, okay. Lesson learned. Train line was going to, it was a seat going to Brum, if I remember. Oh, yeah, okay. I dread to think about the sort of stuff that happens on trains going in and out of Birmingham. But yeah, the Instagram, the Brum Life Instagram is fucking hilarious. You see so much fucking wild shit on this because it's crazy, right? There are people that live in like London or Birmingham, or like they live in a city and all they do is film shit that goes down in the city, and just that's their Instagram. But it's pretty popping, you know, because there's always something going on, because you know cities. Oh shit. Oh, yeah, gimme. Oh, shit. Go on. Yeah, I need to see if I can find one for New York, because New York is not a real place, man. It's fucking wild. So shit, do we need to 5-star the data scientist? We do. Means, oh shit. Means If I can do it on foot, it should be reasonably easy on foot. Fuck, did it end up all the way up here? But yeah, there's a couple of BMX companies and they kind of thrive on the chaos. So like whenever they go somewhere, like they always manage to find like the sketchiest people and like end up filming them and like just, you know, having fun. And yeah, there's a couple of like people that are probably homeless, bless them. And like they've been in a few BMX videos a few times now because like they keep going back to the same cities to ride street. And they're like, hey, look, it's 1 foot. It's that guy with 1 foot. This guy's like, hey guys, how's it going? They were filming another video. He's like, yeah, buddy. Bless him. But yeah, they occasionally, like the name of the video will be, you know, like the name of the video will sometimes, because bless them, that sometimes the street riders, you know, they're riding BMX in the street, right? That sounds obvious, but I'm just making sure everybody understands. Street riders will sort of see the same homeless people over and over again, and they kind of have like you kind of form like a bit of a bond with some of them, and they might even have a nickname or something. And like sometimes there'll be a BMX video or a skate video, and it's named something, and everyone's like, "Where did you get that name from?" It's like, "Oh, there's this homeless guy that used to hang out at the spot that we used to warm up at. He was a good dude, you know, like just, you know, oh, bless him, he was homeless, but you know, he was actually really sound. You know, he never fucked with us. He just likes to watch us doing tricks. But sadly, he sort of stopped showing up, and we found out he passed away. So we decided to name the video after him. And it's like, damn, that's actually really sweet. That's really, really sweet. Bless him. Right, chat. Apologies, we do have an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a wrap and some tips for you guys that want to hang out. But if you'd like to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack, don't worry, you won't miss anything. Someone take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without any alerts going up, once we're over there, the bot will say so. There's no alerts for follows over there, so if you want to lurk and follow in secret and stay hidden, that's also perfectly valid as well. But yes, we'll do a 3-minute ad break. That gets rid of pre-rolls on the channel, which is nice and convenient for people that like to stop by the stream. They're not immediately hit by an ad and they have to watch an ad before they get a chance to hang out. Yes, I'll pop you guys over there, and I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Nilo, welcome in. Those ramps have ruined my day enough times that I avoid them like the plague now. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they cancel full damage, I forgot, but yeah, they cancel full damage, which is really advantageous, because if you need to yeet off a cliff, you need to yeet off a cliff, right? So that's the quickest way. That's the quickest way. So be it, you know. But yes, anyway, the ad's going to start any second, but I'll pop you guys over there, and I'll be back shortly.
Well done.
Oh shit. We can hide in this room. Woo! Fucking hell. You see that fucking, you hear the claws swing past. Stop! I can only get so erect. No, you fucking cunt. Fuck off! Fucking hell. Deg, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. Fuck, Bambi. That was for you. Sorry, that was for Bambi. Fucking hell. I think the roof's coming off. You guys know when they call that open-faced sandwiches. It's not a sandwich. Yeah, it's not open-faced. A deconstructed sandwich. Motherfucker, you just didn't make the sandwich, alright? You just put the ingredients on the plate. There's nothing deconstructed about it. It was never constructed to begin with. This is the thing. They call it deconstructed. You didn't make it and then unmake it. You just put the ingredients on the plate. You have done no deconstruction. It is a lie. Do not let these restaurants that charge 60 quid for a sandwich tell you that something is deconstructed. It's not. You never made it to begin with. You haven't deconstructed anything. You're full of shit and you're not getting a tip, alright? Anyway. Field trip indeed. Literally just got the Brawn Intimate ad. Did you get it, Alex? Having a little trim down there, are you? Make sure you don't cut your fucking dick off. Oh dear. Come on. Come on! Let's go! Okay, you've got to take its legs out. Oh my god, everything is so tedious in this game. This isn't Tears of the... Do you know what? Tears of the Kingdom? Yeah, because you'll be crying tears. Because it is fucking tedious. Everything is fucking tedious. It is the tedious of the kingdom. Ah, right. Was it because these were overhanging? Can I leave them outside? Flying Toy, welcome in. How's it going? I'm glad to hear you feel the same and I'm not on my own. Fuck me, everything in this game is tedious. More like Tears of the Player Base! Yeah, Stabby. Tears of the Player Base. I love it.
You're serious.
Fucking hell! Fucking hell! Okay, yeah. Do you think that's why he's so angry? They fucking they did not fucking model that. Jesus. Oh my lord. No wonder he's so fucking angry. Excuse me. But yeah, I thought of a terrible French joke. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. So yes, as you were saying, Nilo, the second bounce, you know, to borrow some cricket terminology or some rugby terminology, that second bounce can be fucking savage. You know, we've already 5-starred that guy, so it's, yeah. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. Using my, we need to repair our truck. Timefall has
Daddy
not been
Dennis
kind.
says I met the man who invented the part of a map that explains what each symbol means. What a legend.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that one. Thank you for hopping over. Thank you for hopping over from both the YouTube and the Twitch. You know, I appreciate that, dude. It's nice to get the YouTube off the ground. Right, so now we've got deliveries for a handful of people. Then we've got a delivery for that guy. Mechanic. Pioneer. Have a look. Now, can I check how like bad my truck is? Is there a way to see like what the health of the truck is before before I fucking go on a giant, great big fucking journey? Because it is raining, and if my truck falls apart, yeah, we're fucking screwed. And do you know what we should have done? Do you know what we should have done? Oh shit, hang on. Ah, fuck. Okay. So, actually, Hartman's lab. If we're going to Hartman's lab, we can repair our truck there, I believe. There is a... Where's the terminal for it? How far away? Do you know what? We're not that far away from East Fort Knott. We need to make a delivery there anyway. So I think, in the interest of making sure my truck doesn't give up in the middle of nowhere, because if it gives up in the middle of nowhere and all the cargo is destroyed and or like just dumped on the ground, I'm fucked because there's way too much cargo to carry. So we'll make the executive decision to go back, repair our vehicle, make a delivery to that person because we need to anyway, and then we can head back out. I think that'll be the best POA. Determined to get you those watch hours. I appreciate it, dude. It's working. No word of a lie. Between the shorts and everything else, it's working. Again, I know it's a little bit cringe to show stats on stream, but, you know, I care about you guys. In terms of analytics, we've got 69,000 views in the last few days, whatever. So we're up 249.8 watch hours, I think. But you can see I'm kind of sharing stuff on a regular basis. And yeah, there's a bunch of stuff here, but I have no idea what half of it fucking means, but yeah. We've got 15.1k impressions, whatever that means. Most people only watch the stream for 21 minutes, which is a shame, but hopefully that'll change over time. The best we've done is 7 viewers. The average is 1, which is fine because we've only just started. And I was saying this to a friend the other day. There's so few expectations for a YouTube stream. So it's kind of like, oh, hang on. It's just gone off the screen. Mouse, come on. Mouse. Go back over here. Excuse me. Right. And then minimize that. Excuse me. Ugh. Impressions is people viewing but not interacting. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So it seems that we're being, it seems that we're being seen, we're being looked at by people, but obviously it's just about figuring out. And I think maybe what I need is, because YouTube is very, very thumbnail dependent sometimes, you do kind of need a thumbnail. And I just let the stream, to generate a thumbnail. But what I probably need to do is generate a thumbnail, at least for each, not for every stream. Some people do it for every stream, but I'm not that level at all, So I think per game would be good. So if I get, if I try and make a thumbnail per stream, per game, sorry, because per stream would be too much. But yeah, if I try and make a thumbnail, I think I can set a thumbnail for my streams. And then obviously, people say that you're supposed to put like a nice clear picture of your face and who you are, like in the thumbnail, so people can see, and I don't know. Which is why I don't have thumbnails, to be honest. Because, yeah. I keep thinking about making the webcam even smaller. Per game makes a lot of sense. Yeah, just something that's going to catch people's eye. It's going to have like a picture of me and my face so that people know who's streaming and stuff. And I think that might, that might make a difference. And the thing is, excuse me. The thing is, I think about stuff I could do with the YouTube, but then in my head I'm like, nah, it's not worth the stress. Don't worry about it. But that's because of Twitch. I'm so used to, Twitch, where there's all sorts of things you can try and do, but the reality is so little actually makes a genuine difference. there are definitely things that, you know, people appreciate and stuff, and I try and do those. But, you know, I think about extra stuff I could do that might, you know, give me a bit of an edge or make me stand out a bit more. But arguably, it's just a giant black hole of time and effort. You can put so much time and effort into doing things that nobody will even notice, so you shouldn't get in your own head about it. But yeah, I think with YouTube, I need to treat it, you know, a fresh slate, a fresh slate, a clean slate. Sorry, is what I should say. I need to treat it like a clean slate, where I need to start, you know, seeing what gets me noticed, seeing what people click on and everything. Because ultimately, when it comes to shorts and stuff, I am just yeeting shorts that, you know, whatever. I pick a short that's reasonably okay and I send it over, because as you guys can see from that sort of timeline, I share a short a day, which I think is pretty good. You know, they're not the best quality, they're not the funniest and best moments, you know, but they're short, right? They only live for 12 to 24 hours anyway, so they're not really worth worrying about too much. You don't want to overthink it too much, because, you know, you just, you know, create a clip of the stream, chuck it up on there. Sometimes people see it, sometimes people don't, whatever, you know. It's just short form content that was, you know, it existed anyway, right? It happened and it's a stream clip anyway, so, you know, I may as well share it there as well. But yeah, for the stream, I think it might be worth making a thumbnail. Because although I think now YouTube does, you know, it does place live streams kind of in a carousel of other live streams. So you're not kind of like, you know, it's not just a random frame of your stream competing with a professionally edited thumbnail that someone's done on Photoshop or paid an artist to do for them, you know, because that was always the initial kind of concern, was like people were streaming on YouTube and they said, yeah, it's really, really difficult to get noticed, and like, you know, you just get overlooked. It's really difficult to, you know, to get viewers. And I remember saying to people, yeah, obviously, you know, your content is being, you know, your live stream is being served to people next to professionally edited content, and these days it is professionally edited content. Like, people make a living from editing YouTube videos. They make enough money editing YouTube videos, so it is professionally edited content. Not all of it, obviously, but yeah. So yeah, you know, you're putting your live stream, which is not about the sort of production quality of your, I mean, I try and make the production quality of my stream pretty good, but it's never going to compare to like a proper studio recorded, you know, section of scripted content that's been professionally. It's never going to compare, you know. It's not a fair comparison. So fortunately, YouTube now lists all the live streams separately, but the problem with that is that people don't click on the live section. You know, it's not, you don't get noticed by as many people so that may click on a stream. Because people don't go to YouTube for streaming, they go to YouTube for, you know, pre-edited content. They go to Twitch for streaming. So yeah, it's a different ballgame, which means I need to treat it like a clean slate. I need to see what kind of levers I have, as I'm sure anybody that's done any game design or any software design or anything with performance metrics or, you know, various different criteria, you know, you engineer yourself a few levers to pull on, you know, a few dials to turn, to see what works and what doesn't. If you don't build those into your system, you know, you're fucked. So yeah, I will double check and make a thumbnail for the YouTube live, and I'll make a clip of it so I don't forget. But I thought about that the other day and I was fucking doing something else, and then afterwards I just sat there and did nothing. So I probably could have done it then, but yeah. Shirt fits great, by the way. Still love the simple design and font pairing. I appreciate that. I'm glad to hear it fits well. Because yeah, I think I chose the 100% cotton one. I think there's some other t-shirts that might be slightly cheaper, but there'll be a weird cut and there'll be a cheap material. And I thought, nah, it's, you know, 100% cotton is kind of after 40 years on this planet. But I've been this way for years. So probably after 30 years. I'm now 40, but when I was 30, I made the decision that from now on, like fabric-wise, I think cotton, 100% cotton. I know this sounds a bit bougie, but 100% cotton is kind of the baseline. I am done with synthetic polyester shit. It never fits properly. It's uncomfortable. It's clammy. It makes you sweaty. It's difficult to wash sometimes, and yeah, so I'm just kind of a bit done with it. I sort of try and always buy 100% cotton clothing and bedding and stuff because it makes a difference. like my 100% cotton bed sheets, being able to breathe, you know, my skin and everything, because it's a natural fiber, makes such a difference. Don't get my Xbox dongle work. It's my MS product and I don't want work. Should I trust Windows 11? Well, I mean, Windows 11 has had its problems, but eventually we're all going to have to go to Windows 11 anyway, so maybe we should just all get onto it. We are here for the hard truth and numbers. Maybe cooking tea and toilet time 21. Impressions is people viewing but not interacting, so it's like when we scroll feeds and see accounts we don't follow. That's an impression. If we click on the account, that's click through, and anything else is interaction. Okay. On YouTube, it assumes it means this many people scrolled, saw your short, and didn't interact. Okay. Share by number. Who deaf show how you can trust numbers on streams. Oh yeah, no, you can't. It's there's so many things that can negatively affect that sort of stuff, and there's definitely some ownership and some accountability to trying to do the best you can. But also, please understand, you know, other streamers in chat and just any streamers who might happen to see this. Please understand there is so much shit going on around you that can negatively affect you that isn't your fault and is outside your control. That's just how it is. Twitch as a platform has been losing viewers pretty steadily for a few years now, and in the last 5 or 6 months they've lost quite a lot. And that's got nothing to do with you. That's got everything to do with how the platform is run. So obviously try and, you know, find ways to improve, watch your VODs. And obviously I'm not the best example. I'm a fucking tiny streamer. I'm a nobody. But one thing I can say that will help you ascertain where you need to, because that's part of the battle, right? Is knowing where to put your time and effort. That's a big part of the battle. Is knowing where, I'm going to do this on foot because it's fairly close by. But knowing where you could improve the most and where you can sort of, you know, where you can sort of, where you can achieve a few quick wins, which is sort of stuff that, you know, okay, I do that, that's not good, I should do this instead, job done. So it kind of, you know, it's just a quick win, right? And watching other streamers is great. Being a good viewer is a very good way to start out and learn how to be a good streamer, is by watching good streamers, so being a good viewer first. But yeah, watching your own VODs, as cringe as it can be, it is probably one of the most productive things you can do off stream that's going to help you when you're on stream, is to watch your VODs, make notes, figure out what you could have done differently. And also, depending on how confident you are with the whole process, dig into like the mentality of, you know, what you're saying and doing, why you're reacting certain ways, and just figure out, you know, which is the best way to sort of hold yourself when you're live. And I don't want anyone to think that I'm, you know, being, you know, a character. This is who I am, for better or worse, you know. So I'm not putting on a character, but there are definitely aspects of your personality which are going to do well for you, and there are definitely aspects of your personality that maybe won't do so well. And I'm not saying you should change who you are, but just be aware of the fact that, you know, certain personality traits may be fine, you know, as a singular person, but when it comes to the side of streaming that's, you know, to do with being an entertainer, there's definitely some more thought that goes into that. So I don't change who I am, but I'm aware. Like I mentioned earlier, I know that my mental health is kind of low at the moment, and because of that, I'm susceptible to being more critical of something than I should be. And being critical isn't something that people enjoy watching, so I shouldn't do it. But I still am, you know. But I'm trying to stop. Because, yeah, nobody wants to sit here and watch somebody bitch and moan about a video game. Obviously, you don't want to be, you know, you don't want to be overly positive, because that's also kind of a turn off. Again, it's a balance. It is a balance. Use the memes channel. Oh, using the meme channel. Okay. 666 unique chat. 666% unique chatters. Ozzy Osbourne looking down on us. We'll be proud. As someone with sensory issues, I agree. Cotton is way nicer, not scratchy. Yeah, it's just cotton is yeah. Cotton's one of the sort of, you know, Cotton's one of the more sort of old-fashioned fabrics that was, you know, developed quite some time ago. And yeah, it's clear why that fabric got developed and survived the test of time, because it is a good, you know, semi-cheap. I mean, obviously there's cheaper fabrics now, but they're not really worth, you know, the saving you get. It's not really worth it. Krill, welcome in. Yes, welcome in, Krill. Good to see you, dude. You fine? I'm here for it. Please don't change. Yeah, exactly. This is it. You know, because again, that's a very good point we could get onto, Dennis. Is that I see lots of content creators that are like talking about how they want to change who they are so they could be more appealing. I'm like, but you understand, if you change who you are to appeal to new viewers, you might then alienate your current viewers, right? So yeah, take that with a pinch of salt. Like I say, you know, you want to be yourself, you know. And the thing I've always said, not just with streaming, with the gym and everything else, is I want to be myself, but I want myself to be better. Like, I want to be a better version of me. And yeah, there's definitely things I'm still learning about streaming and being a content creator in general and stuff. Like I say, talking about, you know, how important a thumbnail is, learning about posting at certain times of day with certain hashtags and stuff, learning how that kind of algorithm manipulation works, because if you don't do it, you just don't exist, you know. And it's the same with Twitch at the moment. Without a raid, I just don't exist. Nobody knows I exist without a raid. Because 9 times out of 10, dare I say it, 99 times out of 100, if we catch a raid from somebody, my retention is pretty good. So I know that people do enjoy hanging out here. And I'm very lucky that they do, to be honest. Because there's so many beautiful, funny, charismatic people on this platform. There's so many gorgeous, attractive people that are hilarious and also really talented at video games to watch. So I really appreciate the ones that put up with me. But yeah, my raid retention is usually reasonably good, which makes me feel as if it's not so much about I can't keep people in the stream. It's just getting people in the stream in the first place, and that's the challenge that I face. Because the thing is, this motherfucker won't come down. Where was my prompt, game? Shake off then. Shake them off then. Shake them off then. I'm pushing the button and it isn't doing it. Oh, do you know what? Do you know what? I'm not even going to. I'm not even going to. I don't care. I'm sorry. The way the game forces you into BT encounters, it's not as... In the previous game, you could end up in combat if you weren't careful and you could sneak past them, but yeah, that one was a bit lower to the ground, so I thought I'll try and see if I can figure out how the fucking takedown works, but I was right behind it and it didn't give me a prompt. I tried to use a melee button and it just didn't do anything, so yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to write that one off and start again. Because yeah, it isn't worth the fucking stress, dude. They're going to drag me off, I'm going to use all of my machine gun ammo, and then they'll all go away, and then I'll fucking pick up... Yeah, it's just... I can't be arsed with it. because of the SSD, we're already back into it. I know I'm coping right now, but please just allow me. Allow it, all right? Just allow me. Because, yeah, fucking hell. I can't be arsed. I can't be arsed. And the thing is, now it's night time. Daytime. Now it's night time. Which makes them harder to see. And, yeah, I can't be arsed with it. Is everyone doing watch time? Oh, excuse me. Is everyone doing watch time? I see. Am I allowed to see on here? 1 month and 4 days, Nilo. GG's. 13 days, 21 hours. GG's, Krill. 2 months, 20 hours. 20 days and 1 hour. GG's, Dennis. 1 month, 16 days and 13 hours. GG Stabs. Krill, have you really only been watching for 13 days? Everyone else is on a month. Damn, okay. I wonder what mine is. I wonder what mine is. 4 months. So apparently I've only been watching my own channel for 4 months. But I mean, surely, stop calling me Shirley. But surely it must be, surely it should show, it should show all of my streams combined. It should show me how many hours. It should, it should show me all my streams combined. No, I just walked to the side. Oh, mate, I'm sorry. God almighty, it's like they're a pain in the ass to kill. They're a pain in the ass to sneak up on. I really just don't. I don't like the BTs in this one. I just don't think I like the BTs very much in this one. Yeah, I don't like the changes. I prefer them before. I prefer them in the first game. The BTs in this one are kind of annoying. The way they keep fucking moving at the last second. So if you've got a blood grenade, it just, yeah, good luck, because they can just move at the last second. Or, why are you right next to a fucking shelter? Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Are you gonna kill it, or? Pick up the fucking box, come on.
Well done, Sam. That's the last of the cargo. Let's head to our destination and make the delivery.
Oh my god, there's so fucking many of them, dudes. It's kind of a meme. It's kind of a meme how many there are, dudes. Like, you can't sneak past them because it's line of sight and they're in a big open area. So, like, yeah, it just doesn't really... Oh my god. Come on, game. Yeah, it just... They've made it so that you kind of can't really sneak past them very much, and I really dislike that. I much preferred it when it was kind of sound and presence, you know, proximity. I much preferred it. Because, yeah, it felt more stealth focused, but now it's kind of like the enemies can see you based on line of sight, and they kind of always have line of sight because we put like 15 of them in a giant open area. So yeah, have fun in combat. And it's like, you know, maybe I don't want combat, you know? Maybe I appreciate the sort of calm, relaxing kind of, you know, methodical gameplay of Death Stranding 1. But, you know, because yeah, combat doesn't feel optional. Combat in the first one felt optional. In this one, it feels like it's really trying to get you to do it. And I don't like it when games kind of subtly nudge you into a certain way of playing. I think we're past that. You know, we're not... This isn't the fucking 90s anymore. Your video game doesn't have to be limited as much as it used to. I think that players should be able to kind of approach the game the way they want to approach it. So yeah. Let me see if I can just quickly scroll up and catch a couple of messages that I may have missed. I apologise. Get that package there.
You really are the most devious,
bastard in New York City. I didn't come here to make friends. That's bullshit. Exactly what I came here to do. You see, I've literally just left the BT area. And he gave me a tap on the shoulder to say all clear. And now here we are back. But the thing is, there's like BTs that are babies, and they're basically impossible to see. Especially when it's this dark, they're basically impossible to see. Which, yeah, again, that's another thing I really don't agree with. Anyway. To be fair, my streams will definitely be a character. Stabby Catsy is more of a character than a person. Definitely have my moments where I be myself on stream as a keeper. Option B, be loud, fake, and say controversial things and never apologise. Yeah, pretty much. Rest in peace and power, Ozzy, yeah. Poison your body, technically. Yeah, and the thing is, yeah, they disintegrate, they fall. And obviously, if you're buying clothes made of the cheapest fabric, they're going to be made the cheapest way. And if they're made the cheapest way, they're not worth buying because they're going to fall apart before you get your money's worth. With some people because in games they show often often their real face. Yeah, it's, you know, you see somebody actually playing a game and, you know, enjoying a game for the first time and everything. There's something very organic and wholesome about it. 13 days. What the fuck could have done so much? Real OG. Did I won the flower pot? We're not doing a giveaway for a flower pot at the moment, unfortunately. It's faster to close the game than load a save. Well, to be honest. With the SSD and the most recent save, it kind of pre-caches it as part of the game startup. So I think it kind of is quicker to just quit the game and load it back up, because obviously they're going to grab me, then they're going to drag me off, then I'm going to have to shoot a fucking monster BT thing, and then I can get back to gameplay. All of that's going to take 2 or 3 minutes. So if it's less than a minute to just quit the game and start it back up and load it again, you know, I hate to use speedrun strats in a casual playthrough, but, you know, it just makes sense. I have kids, I blame that. Yeah, kids obviously take up time as well. More watch time than crows. Yeah, pretty much, I imagine. But as you see, marginal success. I feel like the emphasis of this game was more on the ghost mechs, honestly. Yeah. It seems to be a bit more focused on combat, and that's not like necessarily a bad thing. I just feel it creates a very different vibe that I actually don't like as much as the first game. I feel as if when I'm playing this one, it's like the first one, and I love it, and then it starts doing something different, and I'm like, and it's weird. I know I could never have expected Kojima to do the same thing again, even though this is a lot more similar to Death Stranding 1 than I thought. I thought this would be a lot different. I thought he would have pretty much, you know, not done the sequel and gone straight on to the third game where things are pretty much completely different from the first game. Because as we know, Kojima doesn't play by the rules. They're a fucking maverick, and we love him for it. But yeah. I got everything? 1, 3, and 4. 2, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. But yeah, I feel as if, you know, you can end up in combat at the drop of a hat, and I'm not sure if I love that, to be honest. 1, 2, 3, 4, and we've got a bunch of other stuff as well. So that's, yeah, this is a pretty good haul. So we just got to go down the down here. But yeah, I mean, maybe they wanted to do a more combat-focused game, but I feel as if, yeah, the fact that the more combat-focused game just means you get dragged into combat much quicker and much easier, rather than, okay, let's look at the guns, let's look at the weapons, let's look at how everything works, let's really sort of create some new combat mechanics. I feel as if, you know, being spotted by a BT and ending up in a sort of BT encounter because of it, it's a nice dynamic way of making the world less boring and less empty. But I kind of did it a bunch in the first game. Excuse me. I kind of did it a bunch in the first game, and that means that I'm not really looking for more of that in the second game. But who knows? Maybe they did some market. I mean, this doesn't sound like Kojima, but maybe they did market research and saw loads of people were shooting the BTs and, you know, taking them out and fighting with them, and they thought, okay, well, if that's what people want, let's do that. I just don't think Kojima would do that. I think even if they looked at the stats and everybody was sneaking a lot and barely fighting the BTs, Kojima was like, I want the combat to be more of a focus in this one, so they would have done it. You know, they wouldn't have shied away from it. So yeah, but maybe they did do some market research. I'm not sure. You know, it would be a shame if they did, because yeah, the outcome is any sort of mission that involves sneaking past BTs, you're just almost guaranteed to get grabbed and forced into combat. And like I say, you know, if I knew I was going to go into battle with a really unique and interesting, but I'm not. I'm just going to go into a BT encounter with a lion, a whale, or, you know, a hand that comes out of the ground. I know what they look like. And as a result, like, I'm just kind of like, yeah, I've kind of done this already, so it's kind of just filler. So yeah. Yeah, the shoes are getting a bit fucked. So yeah, I feel as if, yeah, it was kind of a bit of a, I don't know, a bit of a misjudgment to make the combat such a, you know, focus. Because like I say, you know, running around shooting stuff, it's not bad. It's not specifically that difficult in this game, but it's not very smooth and fluid, I must admit. The gunplay is a bit awkward. And the thing is, the gunplay being awkward in the first one was kind of why I leant towards stealth in the first place. So, yeah, to find out that the gunplay is still, you know, the same, it's still kind of awkward. You've just got a few different weapons to play with now. But now you just get into combat much quicker and much easier by mistake. Yeah. It seems a bit kind of a, you know, loggerheads, kind of, you know, what's the word? Feels a bit conflicted. Because, yeah, I mean, if the combat system was, you know, revamped and upgraded and modified and fine-tuned and everything, and when you got into combat, it was like, okay, we've changed it so that you can have a bunch of ammunition with just one rifle. You don't have to have, you know, 3 magazines per rifle. So if you want more than 3 magazines, you've got to carry 3 rifles. And then you've got to recycle the old rifle when you're done with it, because you need to make a new one because you need more ammunition. You know, it just seems a bit inoptimized. And that's one of the things that kind of led me to being stealthy in the first one. And I was kind of I was kind of ready to make that distinction anyway, because, yeah, it's a Hideo Kojima game. You know, stealth is usually going to be a fairly, you know, major part of, you know, combat. It's going to be stealth focused in some way, shape or form. But I wouldn't put it past him to completely leave stealth behind and say, I've done that, I'm doing something else now. But if that's the case, I would have expected them to have made a bit more of an effort to streamline and optimize the way combat works, because, yeah, me getting the materials and unlocking the ability to make an extra large ammo pouch for my backpack, yeah, I'm still having to cycle through 3 rifles and carry 3 rifles. And obviously I get that, you know, it's all about cargo capacity and everything. So the fact you have to carry an extra rifle is kind of the point. It means you can't just have 1 rifle and 19,000 bullets and you just go and fucking mow everything down. you know, if you want to take a bunch of rifles into battle, you're going to use up cargo slots to carry those rifles. So it makes sense. But yeah, from a combat focused game perspective, it's kind of like, yeah, you would have streamlined that and made it a little bit more, you know, more optimized, you know, like, you know, from now on it's fine. You have one rifle and you carry boxes of ammunition, you know. So you could even kind of maintain the same system, but make it seem more logical. You could say, rather than, yeah, you have a rifle and then you have, you know, you have ammunition for that rifle that takes up a cargo slot, so it's a case full of ammo, right? And obviously you don't have to get the case out and get a fucking magazine out every time you reload. You can just keep reloading. But yeah, being able to manufacture a rifle, and then rather than making 2 more rifles, I'd much rather manufacture a case of ammunition for the rifle, because that's all I'm doing, you know. All I'm going to do is throw the rifle away because I want the cargo slot to pick up a weapon the game drops for me, because the game does drop weapons. In combat sequences, the game is pretty good at dropping weapons for you to use, so you don't even really need to spec up and to sort of load out. But, you know, it does make sense. You know, the game is, you know, kind of preparation focused as well. If you fail to prepare, you prepare to fail, and I respect that as a gameplay loop. So yeah, it seems odd. It just seems odd. And I know that sounds fucking stupid, playing a Hideo Kojima game. Everything is fucking odd. But no, it seems odd in a way that doesn't really feed into, you know, a gameplay experience that's really well thought out and polished, which is what we play Kojima games for, right? Is the fact that they're so well built because of how much time they spend. I swear to God, there better be a way down from here. For fuck's sake. No, it's not worth it.
Guess I'm doing this.
Try not to fall now.
Don't say that, mate. There's no point in walking up and trying to climb over hills and stuff. You just got to walk on flat ground, to be honest. But yeah. He'll have to come to you with questions about his own stream. Well, this is the thing. You know, I feel like sometimes I should be doing more polls and stuff in the Discord for you guys, because, I mean, you guys watch me more than anyone else, you know. You watch me more than I watch myself, because I watch a VOD every now and again. If I have a stream that seems like it didn't go very well, not specifically numbers, but at the end of the stream, I just think, damn, I didn't really do a good job there. I kind of fucked up a few things. I kind of didn't do things properly. You know, there were some things I probably could have done better. I'll watch the VOD and say, okay, so I could have done this, and I could have done this, and here I thought this, but what I should have thought is this, and I misread somebody's message there. I should, you know, read it more than once maybe, just to make sure I get it. You know, and you can see where, you know, you sort of got the wrong end of the stick on, you know, the flow of conversation, because a lot of things for me, they all feed into the flow of conversation. Like me, I'm trying to drive conversation where you guys are involved, and I sometimes worry that I sort of, you know, start to monologue a bit too much and I don't give people a chance to speak. But at other times I'm sat there with nothing to talk about, and I think, damn, it'd be really good if I had one of my monologues right now to fill in this fucking dead air. But it be what it be. More on the ghost mechs, honestly. So yeah, I mean, there's these giant mechanical things, because the boss fights where Higgs, you know, bless them, they literally broke the fourth wall. They said, none of this, just a good old-fashioned boss fight. And I kind of respect it. I love how based it is, and I love Kojima for sort of, you know, making that self-aware fourth wall-breaking writing that they're not afraid to go into. Just a good old-fashioned boss fight. And yeah, I love that shit. I love when Kojima breaks them. Well, I really enjoy when people break the fourth wall, because I think that without the humility to sort of, you know, be honest about the fact that it's a piece of entertainment, or, you know, something that isn't real, I think that when people are scared to, you know, break the immersion, it shows they're not confident in the subject matter. And I think people that are confident in their subject matter, and just in general the matter of, you know, the film or the game or whatever, they're confident in what they've built. Don't knock the top one off. They're not afraid to occasionally break the fourth wall just for the sake of, you know, making a joke or something. And I really respect that, because it shows that they have confidence in what they've built, but at the same time they've still got a sense of humor and they're not taking themselves too seriously. But But yeah, I really enjoy that sort of stuff. Right, I've got some deliveries for this guy after that fucking horrible walk. As you can see, with marginal success. Yeah. Skeleton suit. I'm using the Boca one because it helps me carry. It had some pretty good attributes on it. So, AO, the timefall shelters do that. Yes, in this one, if you upgrade them and a BT is near them, they'll fucking squirt blood at them and kill them. Eventually, it takes a while apparently. When taking in all the hours, does it make more than 4 months though? Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how I don't have the most watch time on my own stream. It's interesting. I might have to look out how that works. I usually use the boost on my skeleton to get away from those BT style encounters, but even though rough rates of success, yeah, you're running and then the ground just turns to oil anyway. Because if you're running away from a BT, but the BT seeing you spawns a grabber, because there's a watcher and then there's a grabber. If it spawns a grabber the way you're running, yeah, like you say, you're fucked. So yeah, doesn't work every time, unfortunately. But yeah, from now on, I might just start fucking running from them because I can't be arsed. Trying to sneak has been really awkward. Breadcrumbs 2, the dark dough rises. The dough rises. Way more than the Ghost Makes Your Skeleton you're using. Look forward to the director's cut. Yeah, so the director's cut of Death Stranding was really good. I'm looking forward to it on this one because hopefully it'll unlock. I mean, hopefully they'll bring this game to PC as well, and in the down the line I can buy it for cheap on PC. Because yeah, visually I think cranking the graphics to 4K on this one, because I'm pretty sure my TV can do 4K 60. So being able to play at 60 FPS at 4K and take some pictures in super high resolution, that'd be nice. Because I wanted to double check if I take a picture. I suppose I could test that. If I take a photo in photo mode on quality mode, it'll be 4K, I presume. But if I take a picture on if I take a photograph in performance mode, it'll be 1440p or 1080 to hit 60 FPS. So I need to double check, because sometimes I think Horizon Zero Dawn did it. It goes into quality mode, like 30 FPS 4K, when you go into photo mode. So I want to check if this one does it as well. Because yes, if that's the case, then I feel silly for taking so many photos at 1440p or 1080 when I could have been taking them at 2160p. Boca is nice, but most of the time I found a better quality of life with the boost skeleton and the battle skeleton. Yeah, and I feel like maybe I should have one or two. I should have different skeletons in my inventory in the truck to get one out for certain occasions, I think. But I'm hoping, I don't want to know if you're ahead of me. Don't tell me or spoil anything, anybody. But I'm hoping we get to a point where there's one skeleton that kind of, is a jack of all trades, but is really good. It's not quite as good as the top level specific skeleton, but it does pretty much everything kind of well, because that makes life a lot easier, obviously. Then the rifles restock when you rest in this, or do the mule terrorists not drop spare mag boxes? No, I think you have to go and fabricate a new one and repair the empty one, recycle the old one. They drop guns, not their spare mags. Yeah, so they drop a gun, but that's it. Couldn't tell you if I wanted to have the same skill as you. Okay, fair enough. And you can make spare ammo pouch on your backpack and you refill your gun out of that to run out of, but it's not as reliable as one would hope, unfortunately, at least not in my experience. Yeah, it's strange. I feel like there's a bigger focus on combat in this one. But only in getting you into combat. There isn't a focus on making the combat. Speaking of skeleton, there isn't a focus on. It feels like the game wants to get you into combat more often, but it hasn't really improved or streamlined how the combat gameplay works. So.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Right, what do we got? Let's repair this bad boy. That's fine. So yeah, what I'm going to do is recycle some stuff. Is that all in the? Is that in the private locker? Yeah. Okay. So I need to take that stuff with me to that road, to that. Oh no, it was ceramics, wasn't it? So what have we got? So we've got some boots that are destroyed. We've got that is pretty much fucked. Blood bags will keep. Climbing anchors we don't really use. Boost skeleton level 3 will keep. Level 1 we'll get rid of. Level 1 we'll get rid of. If we recycle all that lot, and then we can fabricate a level 3 oh yeah, level 2. Okay, one of them. Boost skeleton level 3, we'll take one of them. And battle skeleton level 3, we'll take one of them as well. So we'll have some skeletons in the closet. We'll have some skeletons in the truck. For our purposes. Oh, need some boots. Walking around bootless. And you have level 1 battle skeleton. Yeah, I think it may be because I pre-ordered the game like a couple of days before it came out. Because the game was releasing on the 26th and I get paid on the 28th. I was like, yeah, I'm not waiting, for several days to play it. I want to play it day one, which annoyingly meant that I had to get it on the 28th of the previous month. Whew. Do you know what? I almost made a second coffee today and I decided against it. I'm starting to regret it now. Excuse me. So yeah, I'm going to get some sneaking boots, some combat boots, and some trekking boots. So I've got a few different kinds of boot to choose from, and I will put the combat boots on. These two I will put in the truck. Cool. So we've got some boots. Some boots and cats, boots and cats, boots and cats. But we also need to find the skeletons I just made. And I'll put on that one. Cool. Right, so where have we got a delivery for? For the Motherhood and the Pioneer. And the Mechanic as well. So much fucking shit. Around the fucking... So yeah, have we really not got anything for... Okay, so we got a few bits on us. So yeah, let me... Oh, Sheng. Let me... just double check. God, their head models, their eyes like almost perfectly line up. Wait until later in the game and it tells us they're related. So we have got stuff for the Mechanic. The game lies. It fucking lies, man. We have got stuff for the Mechanic. So let me just double check. Out of the truck. None of this is for the macrobiologist, hopefully. That's going to the metagenicist. So that's Pioneer, Architect, Partner's Lab, Pizza Chef, Piku. Bunch of stuff for them. Bunch of stuff for them. So some stuff for the Mechanic, something for the Metrogenomist. Fuck off, man. It's like Hideo Kojima either comes up with the most obvious name for somebody or like a really annoying multi-syllable word that's hard to say. There is no in between. There is no... Okay, so yeah, I think that's all we've got. The only things we've got for the chronobiologist, we're already carrying them, so that can go in the off-roader. But yeah, that can also go in the off-roader. So we've got our skeleton, our boots, some grenades that we're not currently using, so I will put them back in the truck.
Stabby_Catsy says metagenomicist. Metagenomics is the study of all genetic material from all organisms in a particular environment, providing insights into their composition, diversity, and functional potential.
Okay, thank you. Right, so now we drive to my zip line and head up the zip line to that person, whatever their name was. But we do have an ad break coming up, and I need to use the loo very quickly. So what I'll do is I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a reference of clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. So I'm going to take a break as well. And we've also got anonymous follows on the BRB screen. So if you want to follow without any alerts going off, please feel free. Once we're over there, the bot will say so there's no alerts. We don't call them out on the BRB screen. We still appreciate them, but if you want to stay lurking and follow in secret, that's also perfectly valid. But yes, jump around. But yes, I'll be back shortly. And then we'll do this delivery to the metagenomics. Oh, Kojima, I've got brain fog, dude. Can you not? Metagenomicist. So genomics. Metagenomicist. Yeah. Okay, right. I'll be back shortly. Okay. Yeah, this island is definitely the way. This island is definitely the way. Orange charred ring. Nice. Okay, souls? Do I get any fucking souls for that? Yes, thank you. You know, for a second then. Come on, give me the fucking souls. GG's, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Apologies about the delay, I had to work it out. Oh, you fucking bellend.
No, God!
No fucking health. Nice ring. Okay. Gauntlet of Strength. You have defeated an extraordinary foes. Now you can be faced in memory as a series of consecutive battles. You know what? I think I'm okay. I think I'll be okay. Gauntlet of Strength can be accessed from the Scottish Eye. Confronting memories in the past is akin to the discovery of new possibilities. Yeah, no, I'm okay. I think I'll be okay. I think I'll be okay. So yeah, hopefully a train isn't about to come around the corner. What are you doing? Stop breaking everything. Sorry, gang. This guy. Being an absolute nuisance. Did you see the camera shaking? Because he was rubbing his head on the fucking microphone. Thank you for the GG. Time for cat. It is. You. Look at this thing. Look at this cat. Look at him. Look at this boy. Eh? You being a nuisance. Catatage, yeah. We beat him. We beat the boss. We did. Oh my god, everything is so tedious in this game. This isn't Tears of the... Do you know what? Tears of the Kingdom? Yeah, because you'll be crying tears. Because it is fucking tedious. Everything is fucking tedious. It is the tedious of the kingdom. Ah, right. Was it because these were overhanging? Can I need them outside? Flying Toy, welcome in. How's it going? I'm glad to hear you feel the same and I'm not on my own. Fuck me, everything in this game is tedious. More like Tears of the Player Base! Yeah, Stabby. Tears of the Player Base. I love it. mistake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fucking hell, chat, we got it. Our stats. We drop down there, we can't get back up, so we won't do that just yet. Oh, you know, what happened there? What's he doing up there?
Bring it on.
Get fucked!
Time to do our bit for humanity, Mr. Marston.
No, God!
Yeah, this is what we want for exploring. This is the way to explore, chat. I need some more battery, but oh shit. This is the way to do it, and then immediately drives off a fucking cliff into a pit of lava or something. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Excuse me. So yeah, we're going over there to the metagenomicist. Metagenomics. Helping secure your leader, humbly accept. But yes, if I could find a way to thank you guys adequately, I would. But all I can do is keep saying it. I appreciate you guys so much. So yes, there should be a zip line over here somewhere. I hate to say it, but I'm gonna fucking... grab that. Those are my footprints when I was up there earlier, and I realised there wasn't a way down, so I thought, fuck it. Right. Is this zip line here just to connect with mine? Because I put a zip line here. No, it's not. It's just a fucking zip line for no fucking reason. Ay, ay, ay. But I tell you what, the saving grace is that all the bridges and zip lines that don't need to exist, once the game's been out for a while and the people that put them there haven't maintained them, nobody uses them, so nobody else is maintaining them, they do fall apart. So yeah. Sarah-san, welcome in. How's it going? Happy Wednesday. So yeah, if we just wait for 6 months, eventually all the stupid structures that don't need to exist will go away. Oh, of course there's a fucking rooster. Legend tax. Close to switch to Linux from Windows. Dude, I think about it. I think about it fairly often. Because yeah, it's just Windows is getting so bloated and fucking annoying. And the thing is, like, I saw a Venn diagram, like a triangle, not a Venn diagram, sorry, a sort of triangle diagram that showed you Windows, Mac, and Linux. And it said on Windows, it said nothing works the way, you know, nothing works. And on Mac, it said things work, but not the way you want them to. And I was like, it's kind of true. You do have to adopt their way of thinking and their way of doing things. And then it said Linux, it just said nothing works. I was like, oh, that's a bit harsh. Because it does, yeah, things do work. I could, yeah, No, I'll save those for I'll save those for monorails. I mean, I don't know. I think we've built. Have we got any more monorail? Yeah, we have. There's more monorail at the back of here. There's more monorail taking us around to whatever this is. This looks a bit significant. We haven't gone there yet. Yes, welcome in, Sarah. Says can't find VC runtime minimum x86 MSI when you try to install the new version. So can't find. Contact your local technician and fucking have what Epstein gets. So buried client runtime is Nilo. You know more about coding than me. In Windows, is VC varied client? Visual C. Oh yeah, Visual C++. So yeah. So the minimum runtime in x86. Are you sure you've got an x86 processor, Grill? Or have you got an x64? I mean, I would presume you've probably. I would imagine you've probably got an x86 processor. But just in case. Because yeah, if you've installed the x64, because it says so. Okay. Are we going? Because yeah, the thing is, people put zip lines down just because they connect. Like, oh, I can connect to that, and it's like you go there, you go down this zip line, and there's nothing there. And you're like, dude, don't fuck with the fucking zip line journey. Just leave it be. But yes, if you get the C++ redistributables, that might solve your issue. x86. So, what are you trying to install? Because I imagine there's a distributable that you're missing. So yeah, because I can't remember what it was. I needed 3.1, but the most up-to-date version is 3.3, and I thought, well, if I've got 3.3, surely, you know, they don't specifically package, you know, they just add to it, you know, especially, you know, Windows distributors, you know. But no, I had to specifically get the 3.1 distributable. I think it was Streamerbot, because yeah, that runs in C, but sharp, not plus or plus. But I imagine the distributable's probably got some overlap somewhere. For apps developed using C++, since they depend on these runtimes to function properly. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, if you get the C++ redistributable and install it, you might find.
Welcome. I'm glad that you could make it. Let's see.
But it's an MSI.
Wait. Is that what I can't believe my eyes.
I love how I searched x86 and it immediately gave me an x64 result. 2019. So yeah, you need the redistributable, yeah. So what is it, 2015 to 2022? So yeah, you want 2015 to 2022. Install that and then try and reinstall the program you're trying to install, and it'll probably find the library it's looking for. Usually it'll install whatever aspects is missing. Sometimes you just skip the VC runtime step and the installable progress. Yeah. Sometimes it's looking for something that's been superseded by something else. So it was compiled before.
I appreciate all your help.
Since it's been compiled, something else that's better has come along. And then as soon as you install the program, you'll then get an update that uses the new distributable. And yeah, but you need to get the old distributable with the old MSI library to... Computers. Doesn't exist. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. So yes, you want. Yeah, I've had to download it. This one? Yeah. Are you on x86? I think you should be on x86. Yeah, I hope. But yeah. Go through here. I can't promise this is the right page. But yeah, go through here and find the distributable for 2015 to 2022. It seems to be part of that package. Doesn't work. Also needs to match the exact year the build wants. Ah, okay, so it has to be exact. Okay, look for the exact year. I mean, get a few years in a row, like 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 or whatever, and install one, try and see if it works. Install the next one, try and see if it works. Install the next one, see if it's because that's sometimes that might be the case as well. Nilo's right. This little stone. There's a like stone. Love knot, an accessory, features a like symbol card, said to make porters who are generous with their likes appear. Okay.
I made another trinket I think you'll like.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Right, so you won't give me anything.
Thank you, Sam.
I kind of feel like doing the climb to get some zip lines. So yeah, maybe we should have a zip line. Out here somewhere that's like visible from down there. But yeah, we don't need it at the moment, so there's no point doing all the work for something we don't actually need. But that doesn't mean but yes, I would try. The next thing I would try is installing each year's redistributable. I mean, yeah, try as many years as you want. I mean, they're only a few hundred megabytes. You know, it's just a runtime distributable. So so yeah, but obviously that file. I mean, obviously what you could do is you could search for that file and say what library is that part of. Because yeah, the one I searched for it should, but unfortunately, people aren't fucking smart when it comes to posting things on the internet. When you're looking for a certain DLL or a certain library file, you know, that's part of a fucking distributable, people just fucking love talking about some other distributable that's completely unrelated to the thread that you're currently on. Which means that when you go searching, you end up either being that person looking for something on a completely different thread. This thread isn't even about what you want, or you're on that thread looking for the answer and you're finding all this other shit. And it's just like, for fuck's sake, dudes, you know. I know what I'll do. I'll complain about a completely unrelated file. Oh, you fucking clown. Fucking zipline. From the map, I might fucking delete that one because it's fucking... I keep going wrong. Do I get... Yeah, I get the full-blown zipline. Oh, shit. If I delete it while I'm on it, what happens? It won't let me. Okay. Hang on. Will it let me once I'm here? What if I get off the zip line? Because from this one, I want to go to that one, and I keep going to this one by accident, so... yes, dismantle. Yeah, fuck off. Cool. So yeah, I don't usually like dismantling other people's stuff, but I keep going the wrong direction. So yeah, because now they bend, you can't always see. It's not always line of sight. So yeah. If you do the climb, be a friend and bury my various bodies littering that mountain. Yeah. Windows itself can't even do anything. Windows support with their own forum. Should do real stuff like words that match the operating system, not words. Well, yeah, this is the thing. Like I say, you've just got a bunch of fucking people talking about things which are only loosely related, and they keep mentioning Nothing pisses me off more than when you're looking for something specifically and it's just forum post after forum post after forum post talking about something else that's loosely related to it. And it's like, for fuck's sake, dudes, there's already a thread for this, right? There's like 15, 20 threads per fucking forum. There's already a thread for this, right? If you want a fucking circle jerk, an echo chamber, just do it on one thread so I can ignore that particular link. But no, every time I'm fucking looking for something, I have to go through every single fucking 9-page thread, looking at every single fucking comment, and it's... Some people will have this fucking stupid idea that doesn't fucking work, but they'll post the solution on like 19 different threads. And do you want to know the really stupid thing, right? Is when you finally figure out the solution, you test it, you figure it out, you force the fault, and then you force the resolution, so you fucking you know the solution, right? So I was having problems with the Sky Go app on my computer, and it turned out that there's a QuickTime application that runs in the background on Mac OS, probably to do with launching QuickTime or you know doing video previews inside the Finder or the sort of the browser, the file browser or whatever. So there's a video capable service running in the background. Now Sky Go is super fucking really bitchy about anything being running in the background that could potentially be copying video. So it won't boot, or it will boot but it won't fucking work, and it just gives you a black screen. The Sky Go app will boot up, it will log in, you can start browsing, you can select something, but it only shows a black screen, right? So obviously the forums on the Sky website are full of Mac users, MacBook Pro users, and Mac Studio users and stuff. People use the Mac Studio and the Mac Mini as like a fucking TV box. So yeah, thousands and thousands of people are all sort of talking about changing the resolution a few times and using a different HDMI. All the culprits are there. You want to make sure your HDMI cable's the right way round. Make sure you've got the right refresh rate. Make sure you're using the right fucking display port driver. Make sure that you're not fucking... Make sure you restart and make sure you only open the Sky Go app before opening anything else. And all the usual culprits are there. But I found out that QuickTime, which is the video player for Mac, has a service that runs in the background. And like I say, it probably does something like plays videos outside of QuickTime itself. So it's a background service. It makes sense for it being there. However, this will upset the Sky Go app. And you can close this service. It's a background service. If you kill it, it doesn't matter. So I killed it, opened up Sky Go, it worked perfectly. Opened up QuickTime, worked perfectly. Reset the laptop, did something and created a video, and then previewed the video in the Finder, and then it wouldn't work again. So I figured out that was the problem. And this is the other side of it. I posted a solution in the Sky forum. I created an account, and I posted a suggestion. I said, hey guys, by the way, this is a background process. Quantum, welcome in back. How's it going? Having a scrum-diddly-umptious day. Welcome in, how are you? It's good to see you. Oh, dude, you know what? There was an Instagram post of like 60s and 70s drag strip and oval racing like photographs, and they were like beautiful Polaroid photographs. And I was like, hot shit, I bet Quantum will love that. Oh, sorry, I keep calling you Quantum. Bats will love that. And I fucking went to go click save, and I scrolled by accident. When I scrolled, I refreshed the page, and it's gone forever. And I was like, fuck. But it's out there somewhere. Maybe it'll come up on your For You page anyway. It's so annoying, isn't it, dude? When you see something, you're like, you know what? I know who'd love that. And then you go to fucking do something, and it just... And it's like, hey, guess what? I'm going to shove something... You've already seen this. I'm going to shove something else in your face. Yeah. Really fucking good, that. Anyway. But yeah, I found the solution. I created a fucking profile on the Sky forum, and I posted the solution with screenshots and explanations of my testing methodology and everything. And it immediately got like, this is the solution, thumbs up. It immediately got like 60,000 fucking thumbs up. And then I started getting responses to it, and I was like, okay. And then my fucking inbox, my email inbox was just inundated with a handful of boomers saying this didn't work, but overwhelmingly everyone just saying thanks for that. But when people reply to your forum post on Sky, it emails you to tell you. So you get a fucking email for every single response, and it fucking took over my inbox for like a week. And I almost fucking deleted it. I was like, you know what? I've helped enough people. I need my sanity back. I might fucking just delete this fucking... But no, I found the solution. I shared it, and I got bombarded with fucking emails because of it. There's two sides to it. There's two sides to it. There's people talking about on forums about things they don't know about. And there's poor sods like me that actually fucking troubleshoot, find the solution, and then fucking share it and get bombarded with fucking nonsense. Yeah. Like when you're scrubbing back to restart the video and it refreshes, yeah, that's fucking so annoying. And the other thing that's really annoying, right, is when people use a thumbnail for a short, for like a YouTube short or an Instagram reel, they use a thumbnail which is completely unrelated to the actual reel itself. So when you go to show your friend, you're scrolling through your saved, but the thumbnail is completely different, so you can't find it again. Because you say to your friend, oh, I've got this really funny reel to show you, and then you just look like a fucking idiot because you're scrolling through, oh, I can find it, hang on. Technology fucking sucks, dudes. Technology fucking sucks. Hot woman click pimple popping. But yeah, the For You page. But yeah, damn, I don't know if I saved it. But yeah, there was some guy, and it was obviously a slow news day, so the news... Instagram, the news socials were desperate for content, and they had this interview with this guy who like popped a pimple on his neck, and there was a photo of it like leaking pus, and yeah, it went septic. It was sepsis, and people in the comments were like, "How did you get sepsis?" And like you could see from the photographs, all the photographs they took, their skin was really flaky and yellow, and it was like, yeah, they obviously just don't wash very often, and they popped a spot and then just didn't wash properly. And it went septic, so they got sepsis. But yeah, sepsis will fucking kill you. And I was like, damn, dude. Like, A, if you're getting spots, it's because your skin's not very clean. And sometimes it's your skin getting clogged. It does happen. Pores do get clogged. As far as I know, I'm a man. I don't fucking know anything about skincare. But yeah, apparently if you have too much keratin, you can make too many skin cells and that can block a pore. And it's kind of like a spot. So yeah, you've got to exfoliate with all sorts of stuff that the cosmetics companies charge you an arm and a leg for, of course. Yeah, sepsis is fucking terrifying. And obviously for ladies, is it toxic shock? Because toxicosis is from like rat urine and stuff, but toxic shock is when like girls have had a few too many drinks and fallen asleep and left a tampon in. That's fucking really scary. That's really fucking scary. Because yeah, you can forget that you've left your contacts in and your eyes will be a bit sore the next day, but yeah, you forget that you've left your fucking tampon in. Yeah. Eat a bat head, you'll survive or anything. Look at Ozzy. It's crazy, yeah, bless him. And, after the show, people were talking about it, and Ozzy himself did confirm it. He sort of recorded a message and said that he went off the painkillers. He went off all painkillers so that he could have the sort of, equilibrium and the ability to sing properly for that gig. So he was off the painkillers during that time, which a man of his age that's lived his life. Yeah, I can't imagine what that must have been like. But yeah, he did that for us. And maybe that was one of the things that contributed to him, But it's really poetic. It's poetic that they got together, they did one last show, they raised a shit ton of money for charity, and reminded the world how important Black Sabbath and Ozzy Osbourne are. And then, yeah, that happened just before he passed. So it's kind of like, it's kind of serendipitous. Never touch a tampon ever again unless it's the end of the world, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you've got, there's other options, So, yeah. It depends on, your preferences and stuff, which is none of my business, of course. But yeah. He got his mate. He's had plenty of moments. Even his friends didn't think he would pass away. Yeah, well, this is it. He was on stage and fucking pour one out for a real homie. Here's to you, Oz. Thanks for fucking blazing a trail and showing us how rock and roll is done. Because snorting a line of ants in a fucking swimming pool, and all the fucking the Sabbath days. The Sabbath days. Fucking hell, dudes. I can't even snorting piss. Yes, welcome in, Bass. It's good to see you. Are you finished with... I know you're not finished, but have you done your playthrough of the DLC, the Lies of P DLC, and But yes, congratulations again on all the money you raised. Yeah, collectively, you guys raised a fucking shit ton of money. So proud of you guys.
Thanks again, Sam. And tell Hartman.
So we're going across. So can I repair? Yeah, we can, can't we? Oh, no, repair. We just do a quick repair job.
Patched up and good to go.
But yeah, like, as a kid, I'm not going to lie, as a kid, I wanted to be a rock star, but I wasn't musically talented. But yeah, you know, I watched Criminal Mischief, which is a BMX video from a company called Little Devil. And yeah, it was all about just partying and riding bikes. But yeah, every wannabe rock star looked up to a real rock star like Ozzy, you know? And it was pretty clear that they just genuinely didn't give a fuck all the way up until the very end, you know. They only gave a fuck about the things that mattered, you know. They weren't really, you know, they weren't really sort of, you know, too image focused. They weren't, you know, they weren't putting on an act. That was them, you know. They were just a bit fucking nuts, and they went with it, you know. They let into it. They were confident with it, which is, you know, a fundamental foundation of any rock star character has to be this kind of belief in, you know, being what you want to be, and this kind of this refusal to conform, which also overlaps into all the punk stuff that I loved as a kid. This kind of refusal to allow yourself to be deformed for society's comfort, you know. And yeah, he was just a fucking complete loon some of the time. And yeah, like when people are trying to interview him and he's just like, sorry. It's just, I fucking love him. He's so fucking cool. They're asking him a question and he's like, just pulling the fucking wildest face he can pull. And then he just snaps straight back into speaking semi-normally. He's such a fucking hero. What the fuck is that? And the thing is, Krill sent me this clip the other day, but that's one clip I want to talk about, but yeah. There was a cat, he was taking some chicken out of, like, they defrosted some chicken or something. This was on the Meet the Osbournes or whatever it was called. And he was taking some chicken out and this cat was on the counter. And he was like, listen you, don't you touch this fucking chicken. Fucking Jim, Bob, Gary, whatever the fuck your name is. Because apparently he had so many fucking pets, he used to forget the names. It's just so fucking based. He's like Jim, Bob, or whatever the fuck your name is. Oh, fucking hell. And he was asked, he was in an interview somewhere, and they said, if somebody was to make a film about your life, who would you want to play you? And he said Denzel Washington. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, he's such a fucking hero. He was such a fucking hero. And the fact that he just clearly just didn't take it all that seriously, and he was just trying to have as much fun as possible. Oh, fuck off. Can I just reverse onto that bridge? Oh, the bridge goes away. The bridge goes away, chat. But reversing is actually not that slow.
I've never seen this kind of BT before. There's no telling what it can do.
I've got no assault rifles or anything. But yeah, that thing comes out and it's just a big old fucking crab. Crab. And I'm just like, nah, I'm good. I'm out. You see?
Croissant.
It does all that. And then I'm just over here like,
fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm
Boondock,
out.
welcome in.
No thanks, don't mind me. I'ma just grab my stuff and leave.
Excuse me, please. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Nope.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Alright then. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but I don't really care. I'ma get the fuck up out of here. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Oh, no. No, wrong button. Sorry. Too many fucking buttons, chat. Too many buttons on the stream deck. Have you played Expedition 33? Yes, we did play Expedition 33, and oh my god, what a fucking game. What a fucking game. Story, 11 out of 10. characters, 11 out of 10. Writing, 11 out of 10. Voice acting, 11 out of 10. Level design and atmospheric storytelling, 11 out of 10. Music, 11 out of 10. It's just, yeah, it's such a fucking strong video game. It nails so many things, and there's definitely a couple of rough edges in there, but they're completely forgivable. Yeah, they are completely forgivable when taken into consideration with how fucking amazing everything else that they've achieved is. Just got started. Enjoy, absolutely enjoy. Don't be afraid to dive into the menus and figure out exactly what everything does, because there's a lot of mechanics in there that you can kind of, you know, take advantage of. And yeah, the parry timings are kind of awkward. That's the one thing I think they could have done a little bit better. The parry timings can be very, very awkward. Kind of arbitrary in regards to the animation, but you can still learn them. It's just you can't really get a feel for them like you could with Sekiro or Lies. Yeah, because Lies and Sekiro, they rely on a genuine hitbox system. You're responding to a hitbox, you know, connecting. Whereas because it's a turn-based game, you don't need a hitbox, you know, because it's turn-based, the attack either hits or it doesn't, you know. And therefore, the moment the attack lands, the weapon actually touches you, doesn't really make... oh, fucking hell. Again? Again? You see, this is the fucking problem, dudes. This is the fucking problem. I'm trying to run away from it, but it's forcing me into it, and I just don't care. I just don't fucking care. I just fucking don't care. So I'm just gonna try and I'm gonna give it a wide berth and just try and fucking get to the character a different way. Because yeah, I just don't care. Gotten feedback that I'm busted at parries this early on, but yes, there are some usually time-delayed attacks like thunder and magic throw me off for sure. Yeah, you'll find that as you go through that there'll be certain animations where, because you've got 3 characters and you're sometimes fighting 3 enemies. Some music. You end up in a situation where the attack animation, if it has any left or right to it, depending on which one of the 3 people you could have 3 enemies and 3 characters. If the one on the right jumps over to the one on the left and does a right to left swing, the amount of time within the swing where it hits is completely different. So that if, you know, it went from the right hand side to the, you know, to our right hand side, so it went straight forward, the timing is ever so slightly, because they jump towards you in a straight line. So there's just, the animations don't always line up with the parries because they can't really line up properly, which is why overhead attacks usually feel a lot easier to learn than the side-to-side attacks, because overhead is pretty much the same. There's obviously still a little bit of a deviation, but it's not that bad. But yeah, because you've got 3 enemies, 3 characters, maybe 2 characters, whatever. You've got multiple different enemies that could land multiple different angles off of multiple different locations where player characters are. You can't really judge the attack landing as the parry timing. You have to use the audio cues and the camera cues and everything else. And you can learn it. I mean, some of the fights are so parry heavy that you have to learn every single parry, and it's arduous. But learning the combination, learning the timing for all the parries is pretty satisfying. But it's not quite as satisfying as it could be, because, as I'm sure you're aware, with like Lies and Sekiro, you know, you see the attack coming and you respond by pushing the button as it lands, and you get really sort of tuned in to that timing and that sort of reaction. And as a result, you develop a kind of feeling for it. You're not really trying to time it by counting it or, you know, looking at how many frames. You're just, it's there and there and there, and it immerses you so well. Both Lies and Sekiro, they really lock you into the combat. The parry system really makes you sort of drill in and focus. which is why they're so compelling to play, let's be honest. But yes, unfortunately, you don't quite get to that level with Expedition 33, but yeah, once you learn the timings for, because the thing is, you've only got to learn the timings for like 3 or 4 hits out of, 3 or 4 hits, 5 or 6 different combos that have 2 or 3 hits, or probably 4 or 5 combos that have 3 to 5 hits each. So you're only learning one enemy at a time, so it's not that bad. Even though the parry timings are really arbitrary, they're not really sort of logical. You can't get a feeling for them. You can just learn them just by sheer brute force. So yeah, but yeah, don't be expecting the melee attacks and like the melee attacks with weapons or with fists. And as you say, when they fire lightning or ice or fire at you, it can be completely different to what you'd expect. And there's a couple of them, sadly. All of this would be fine. I'd be saying, yeah, it's just an awkward parry system that doesn't suit me. But there are a few where the parry timing is early, late, early, late, early. It's just it doesn't follow a pattern. And they obviously, I presume they got several people to program the parry timings. And those several people all have very different reaction times, and they all have different ideas of where a parry should land. Because games like Sekiro and Lies, they sort of simplify it for the sake of making the gameplay better by saying, when the attack hits you, push a button to avoid damage, and that means you can really get into the timing of it. Other games, they want you to begin an animation so you can hit the attack away from you. So you have to start the parry animation before the attack lands. And you have to learn how many frames early to do it, which is a bit more complicated, but a bit more realistic. But yes, I don't know what I'm trying to tell you about parries. You've been playing a parry-focused game for ages now. So, feels so fluid like Lies of P and Sekiro. I've got to lurk now and shower and do the dishes, but lovely catch. Yes, it's lovely to see you, Bats. Please look after yourself. And yes, everybody, please make sure to go give Bats a follow. Lovely individual we've raided over to a couple of times now. And quickly, just whilst we've got you in the chat, I can do one of these. No clip, of course, but yeah, we'll do one of those. But yes, there's a follow button there. Bats is super lovely, and it's really handy because they stream they start shortly before I finish on the weekdays. So obviously you guys can move over, and then you've got another several hours of stream with a lovely individual. So yeah, lovely raid.
Thanks for coming. I've been looking forward to this delivery. Now let's take a look.
Man of the people, definitely, yeah. Ozzy and Charles Manson. All Sharon's pets, and he hated dogs and cats. Bless him. Official video of the Fuck This Shit I'm Out song. It's hilariously weird as shit. Yeah, no, I'm sure there is a proper music video. There usually is for that sort of stuff. But I managed to find like a little cartoon. It was black and white, and I was like, perfect. If I just color key out the white and color key out the black, I can just chroma key that out or color key it out, whichever one. Yeah. Because there was something else. I think he was making a smoothie or something, and he left this blender going, and fucking smoke started to come out of it. Oh dear. Okay. Ooh, what's this? X capture grenade. A grenade that has a special effect on large BTs, catches. Okay, well, I'm going to skip past that dialogue because we get grim afraid. Because they're probably going to talk to us and tell us what the thing is anyway, so.
I have something I'd like to give you. I hope it's to your liking.
You got to sleep for like 3 hours with the blender going. Pissed off and had a smoothie. Yeah, it was fucking on fire. It was literally on fire briefly. But the thing is, right, he was asleep and this blender was like, fucking screaming in the background, and he's just asleep on the sofa. And you begin to realize, fuck, man, like once you get old, burning your house down is not it's not as hard as you expect, you know.
Wow, I was able to finish my analysis of the emu you brought me in an instant. Turns out it was absolutely riddled with parasitic chiral microbes. It would seem their presence was enough to alter the emu's temporal flow, which is probably why it didn't grow older when exposed to timefall. This all but confirms what the chronobiologist has been saying. Hosts for these chiral microbes are subject to the timeless influence of the beach. It's still unclear how this might be related to extinction entities, but it's a vital clue for solving the mystery of the Death Stranding. An extinction entity has the capacity to trigger the last stranding. And if that comes to pass, the end of humanity itself is assured. Higgs attempted to make use of one such entity back in the UCA. But
Not much brain cells left in Ozzy either. Snorted away every bit, like Tommy Iommi said. Ozzy got more coke in his blood than vein, and blood in his veins. Back in a bit, got a client call. Catch you in a bit, Neil. I hope it goes well.
And that's why I'm giving you these. EX capture grenades are invaluable weapons that work by leveraging the temporal properties of parasitic chiral microbes to great effect. In essence, they allow you to defeat weakened BTs in an instant by drastically destabilizing their intrinsic flow of time. But that's not all. These grenades can give you the means to summon your own BTs to attack other BTs. Should work on all larger specimens. I've prepared a few for immediate use.
It's Pokemon.
There's so much we can learn.
We can summon BTs to fight other BTs.
21-minute syndromes like mine.
Meeting Paul McCartney, he's like a kid. Well, yeah, this is it, because when he was a kid, he heard the Beatles and decided he wanted to be a musician. The Beatles were like an inspiration of his. So like, yeah. So yeah, that's really wholesome. And there was a moment where Youngblood was backstage with Ozzy, and Ozzy had given him a crucifix at a gig at one point. The Youngblood had some special ones made to give one back, and Ozzy, bless him, was like, "You've got like a #1 single at the moment." He's like, "Yeah, it's going really well." And he's like, "Yeah, go and conquer America." And it was like, "Oh man," because that's what he did. Started up in England, did really well, went over and conquered America as well. And he sort of said that to Youngblood, and I was like, "Damn, passing of this torch, man. Like, you know, changing of the guard."
Yes, I'm also a member of the.
Because yeah, I you know, the more clips I see of this Youngblood kid, the more I like him. He's definitely got his head screwed on, and he's got all this charisma but so little ego, and that's so rare. You know, when somebody's that charismatic and that charming and that funny, they're usually so far up their own arse about it. But he just doesn't seem to be up his own arse at all. He seems to be really down to earth, which is, you know, a really nice quality for celebrities. Yeah. Seems so much like, yeah, he seems, you know, inspired by, and also kind of, you know, he's not afraid to be who he wants to be. And yeah, he's got a lot of qualities that are very similar to Ozzy. So yeah, it was really touching seeing them, you know, bond a little bit.
But you'll find it also leaves behind a milky white chiral crystal.
Are you falling asleep, Baba? Bless him, he's asleep on the back of the sofa and his head was slowly sliding off the side. You're right there, Bub. But yeah, I saw him doing I saw a clip of him doing changes, you know, at the tribute, you know, at the last gig. And I was like, yeah, he's got quite a set of lungs on him, you know. Because he's a tall, skinny guy, but he's got some pipes on him, you know. He's got like a big, powerful voice. Anyway, sorry, I'm talking all over this dialogue, sorry.
And proceed to attack on site. In recent days, large BTs have been growing more active in the region to the south of this facility. It's possible that this too could be a consequence of Higgs's efforts. If you're headed that way, you had better be prepared for the worst. Though that might also be a good opportunity to give those EX capture grenades a try. I just know they'll prove effective. And if you're interested in some additional work, I'd also like you to take the emu you brought me to the animal shelter. The staff there want to look after it, and I don't have the proper facilities to give it a home here anyway. I've posted a sub-order for this request. There's no rush. You can pick it up from the delivery terminal here whenever you're ready. Thanks again for all your help. I'll probably be hitting you up again.
Hitting us up, you say?
Sam, your next destination is
Sam, stop flirting with the porters, with the shelters.
which can be found near the southeast shore of the lake close by. I'm told one of the staff members there is an old acquaintance of yours. Anyway, a main order has been entered into the system. You can access the delivery terminal here to undertake it. That said, another request concerning the animal you rescued has also caught my eye. Alternatively, you can undertake this sub-order first if you wish. I'll leave it up to you, Sam.
Okay. So we would carry on. Yeah, it's not too bad, is it? Not too far, is it? Yeah, we could do that. And that's quite far though. Okay. And we've got a monorail for that. So that one's nice and easy. So we could do that on the way back. So we'll do this one first. So we... Just chuck it in the back of the truck. Just shove it in the back of the truck. And then we move. But yes, we've got a monorail for that one, so that'd be pretty good. Someone went to Youngblood, you saved my life, your music saved my life, or something, and literally turned and said, no, you saved your own life. I didn't see you saved your own life. First said, no, you did save my life. He said, no, you saved your own life. Maybe the music was the soundtrack. Yeah, that was really humble of them. And yeah, I think as long as this sort of persona of them being sort of very confident in who they are, but not being arrogant about it, as long as it's legit, yeah, he seems like a really good front man.
Nice.
And yes, I've seen, you know, that they're trying to start up a, they're starting to, they're not starting, they've been putting festivals on that try and keep costs as low as possible. Because festivals are getting way too fucking expensive. And also, at the festivals and at the gigs, they have a tent where people can sort of go to make friends, which I think is a really, really charming thing to do, because we are losing third spaces in society because lots and lots of places where you can just go and exist for free, that doesn't align with the capitalist mindset of the world we live in. So unfortunately, we're seeing a lot more kind of, you know, you can only really sort of go somewhere and do something if you're paying. And unfortunately, that means that the third spaces where people tend to find, you know, like-minded people to be friends with, where communities form, those spaces are going away. And all we've got left is where you sleep and where you work. And obviously, you know, that's all the capitalists really want to exist. They don't want you to be able to go to libraries and public spaces and just sit there for free. The capitalists want you to only have the choice to pay to go and do something, because they're morally bankrupt fucks, basically. Speaking of which, it is kind of a bit fucking sad to see that the way people have jumped onto AI generative art as a way of, you know, removing artists from the process of making art. It just goes to show you how many morally bankrupt people there are out there. They don't actually just have to be the millionaires and the billionaire class, because, you know, for a while now, it's been very apparent that, you know, there are a group of people, a demographic, you know, the 0.001%, who are so insecure and hell-bent on acquisition that they will acquire and amass so much wealth and so many resources of various different kinds because of the wealth attached to those resources, that they will knowingly detriment the lives of others significantly and not feel like there's anything wrong with that. And as a society, we don't seem to call them out on it enough. But it turns out, you know, when you consider the fact that people jumped all over AI-generated art, you know, as a way to get free artwork, it goes to show you that there are lots of other people that aren't in those millionaire and billionaire positions that, given the chance, they would be just as fucking heartless and just as fucking pathetic. Which is kind of depressing to think about, so I apologise. Maybe I shouldn't have brought it up, but yeah, I was mulling that over the other day. was talking to a very good friend of mine about how AI art is starting to reach its kind of event horizon of sorts, because it's getting to a point now where the AI art is going on, the AI is going online to scrape artwork, and it's accidentally scraping AI artwork with all of its faults, and therefore you end up with this feedback loop where AI art is iterated on into more AI art, which is of course iterated upon into more AI art, and you end up with this kind of, you know, degradation of quality and accuracy because there's so much AI generated bullshit out there. And frankly, the only thing I have to say to that is fucking gargle my nuts, you fucking morally bankrupt fucking idiots. GG. Have fun trying to develop algorithm adjustments that, you know, ignore AI art, you know, because this is the thing. I was hoping at some point somebody would come up with a way to algorithmically ignore AI art, and then that plugin would become the most downloaded plugin, you know, browser plugin in history. Sadly, we haven't quite got that far yet. Nobody's willing to go into the belly of the beast to you know, find all of the various different outcomes that AI art has and to group them together into some sort of what's it called, image matrix engine to, you know, basically say, yeah, this is AI, this is AI, this is AI, the pixels are way too smooth, there's no noise or compression artifacts, this is definitely artificially generated, and then you could just filter all of that out, because that would be a dream, you know. But somebody would have to go into the belly of the beast to learn how to make an AI to defeat another AI. Sorry to get fucking all Skynet on you, but yeah. Posting an interview in music sound quality of the interview is like something recorded off a TV. Yeah, unfortunately that's the case. Thanks for the link though, dude. I appreciate that. As long as I can hear what people are saying, that's, you know, it be what it be. Part wants to know within the AI stuff, but for a good reason. Learn how it works to make stuff that applies an invisible bit of data but poisons the AI. It's possible. Steganography hides data humans can't see, but computer will. Well, yeah, I mean, people are already deliberately uploading poisoned artwork. So somebody made a tool which specifically generates pixel combinations which are known to be troublesome to AI when it uses it to iterate upon. So you take a photograph or you take your artwork and you upload it to, you put it into this tool, and this tool poisons the artwork by generating an image of it where it's mucked around with it, and it's sort of embellished parts of it that the AI will struggle with, and it's made it as incompatible with AI as possible. And then you upload that to like a burner account, and then you allow people to rip it off and copy it, and you keep resharing it with an alt account and everything. So you try and put as much deliberately trite, poison, bad artwork that's designed to fuck AI on the internet, because the AI indiscriminately just scrapes everything, right? And that then poisons the AI's model because it's got a bunch of shit which is deliberately bad that's going to make it produce worse results. Nightshade. Oh yeah, yeah. Was it called Nightshade? I think it was. Actually fucks with the AI stopping it. Well, yeah, I mean, it's fucking wild to me how, you know, we're all still arguing about how we should be generating energy when renewables are clearly, you know, where we should be aiming, but the petrochemical industry is so fucking rich and so fucking large that nobody can take it down. And as a result, there's an awful lot of resistance to anything which doesn't directly benefit the petrochemical industry as a whole. And as a result, you know, renewables get, you know, mired in paperwork and regulations and all sorts of other stuff. And it just, yeah, it's just, that's what they want. You know, they want to put up as many barriers as possible to the, you know, the masses, you know, arming themselves with renewables. Because to be honest with you, shit, I'm not sure we can do this in 3 minutes. Shit, I would have turned the truck around if I'd known. Sorry, that's completely fucking thrown me. But yeah, no, the bottom line is, you know, data centers crunching, you know, fucking ones and zeros at like a fucking quantum level, you know, just crunching a fucking ridiculous amount of information just to fart out some mathematical approximation of somebody else's artwork is it's profoundly tone deaf. It's just, you know, you could get a custom one-off version of somebody's artwork if you just pay them to do it. That's all it is. But, you know, these idiots would rather pay for gigawatts of electricity and thousands of liters of water to be wasted using AI to generate an approximation of somebody's artwork, rather than just saying, here's a couple of grand, can you make me a piece of artwork, blah, 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 blah. And the artist would be like, of course, you know, that's a fucking whole month's wages for me. That's a whole month's money for me. Of course I'll do that, you know. I'll get back to you as soon as I've got something to show you. Oh, fucking hell, this ground is terrible. Oh, this ground is terrible. Just decimated my cargo. But yeah, I need to plan a route that's a little bit less lumpy, I'm afraid. Scabadoo, welcome in. Just woke up, currently 3:09 a.m. That's pretty early, dude. Oh shit, yeah, we have got the fucking order on. Excuse me. At the moment he tried to text the girl, he told me... Oh, hang on, sorry. Let me just get this truck turned around. Truck, could you go any slower, do you reckon? You know, it's not like we haven't got a fucking order on. Excuse me. But I need to pause anyway, because I need to plan a route back to where we're going. That is a lot less bumpy. Welcome back. Hello, I'm back. X is making life actually so funny at the moment. Embarrassing, really. Oh, God. We got a vital aspect. Girls stick together. So the moment he tried to text the girl, he told me not to worry about the best friend of the girl he cheated on me with. She texted me and rejected it. Oh, God. Fucking hell. 3 a.m. game. CP, welcome in. Once again. I was really tired early and fell asleep at 9 p.m. and I've been sleeping late. Yeah, I've done that before. It's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon and I just drift off on the sofa, which is really rare for me, but then I wake up at like fucking 2 in the morning. I'm like, what the fuck? Why am I awake? Friend of mine, she does art and commissions that. She said to me, if someone sent me a commission, briefly explain what they wanted, and then sent an AI generated thing, roughly what they want, be fine by me, because the image would be a rough idea. Yes, I think that I think if artists were to use it to iterate on an idea before sending it to somebody to work up into a full-blown image, that would be less of a concern. But that's not what's happening. People are asking for something, they're getting something, and they've got zero taste, obviously, and they just say, well, that's good enough, look at it, that's fine, right? Yeah, we could do that, it's free, so of course it's fine. It's really morally bankrupt and very tone deaf, and also it shows how little taste so many people have, because as a creative person who's done lots of various different forms of artwork, I see an AI generated photo and I'm like, what is this? They look like a bunch of plastic dolls. They look terrible, because they've got the perfect complexion and the perfectly symmetrical face and the lighting's all fucking moody. I'm like, this looks fucking pathetic. It's not real. There's no soul. It looks fucking terrible. But some people have very low standards when it comes to what they're willing to look at. I mean, people watch my stream. I'm just kidding. Please don't leave. But yeah, it's fucking wild how some people think this AI generated slop is like okay and it's good enough. It's like, it's definitely not. Anyway, apologies, the ad's going to start any second. I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. It's going to start any second, so I'll pop you guys over there. But yes, I'll be back shortly. The NPCs are so verbally aggressive, even though they're clearly in the wrong. You know, they'll be walking across the road. You'll be coming along down the road. Look, case in point. Exactly what I just said has just happened. You're just trotting along the road as you would do on a horse, like everyone else is, and they just walk out and stop in front of you, and they're like, "What the hell are you doing?" Say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fucking hell, chat, we got it. Again? It's because it works. Okay, yeah, it is kind of memes. It is kind of memes. I'm gonna get a. Okay. Doesn't have a hell of a lot of boys. Yes, please, please, please. Oh, fuck you, Elden Ring. Fuck you, Elden Ring. Oh yeah, I haven't got bot crumbs filtered out. Oh fucking hell. Speaking of bots, get fucked.
Aren't there more of you?
Buy one, get one free, chat.
Stop it.
As if that didn't break. How am I supposed to break it? Bro. Bruh. Skill issue. Like it didn't break. Just didn't break. So are there any rocks? Oh shit, I need to fucking pay attention. Are there any rocks? Fuck me, that was close. Fuck me, that is close. Fucking hell. Look how furious he is. Brother is furious. Brother is fucking furious. He's fuming, mate. Oh, he's got quite a range on him though, so I need to be careful. Oh, fucking hell. That's it, fall off. Easy money. Easy money. We'll take it. We'll take it. Right. It's not even responding when I push buttons. Just gonna unplug it. Plug it back in. Because as we all know, almost everything in this world can be fixed just by unplugging it and plugging it. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. But yes, Scabadoo, I hope you can get some sleep pretty soon, dude. I know that waking up at 3 AM is probably not very convenient. I've been playing Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm on chapter 3. Enjoy, dude, enjoy. Red Dead Redemption 2 might be one of the greatest pieces of fiction ever committed to any form of medium. It's just one of the best stories, one of the best films, one of the best character sets, one of the best settings, one of the best sets of dialogue and voice acting performances. It's fucking exquisite in so many ways. There's a bit of Rockstar stuff in there that they've carried over from Grand Theft Auto that's not ideal. I really feel as if the game is just shoving NPCs in your face sometimes just for the sake of creating a bit of gameplay, and it kind of really sort of it upsets that kind of peaceful and cathartic, old-fashioned, like slower pace of life kind of vibe. Just let me wander around in the desert, you know? Just let me fucking ride my horse, you know? I'm good. I don't need something coming out of nowhere for the 15th time to do the exact same thing for the 15th time, you know, just to have some gameplay to amuse me. I'm actually just, you know, really enjoying the atmosphere right now. But, you know, be what it be. I still think that Arthur Morgan is probably one of the best and most well-structured representations of masculinity in video game history. I think that their ability to portray the sort of rugged, capable kind of masculine character, but they still demonstrate, you know, some emotional intelligence despite what clearly appears to be a very sort of, you know, troubled upbringing. They don't allow their upbringing and the way Dutch kind of groomed them into being a gang member. They haven't really let that fully consume them. And the scene at the train station where, you know, the voice actor knew exactly, the voice actor understood the assignment. He says to the sister, who's one of the only people he really trusts implicitly, he said, I guess I'm afraid. And his voice breaks a little bit when he delivers that line, because it's obviously one of the only times in his life he's ever been able to and or chosen to demonstrate weakness. He's always been required to be that bulletproof, you know, capable, you know, outdoorsman that will always save the day. And that moment where he demonstrates some weakness for somebody is one of the most powerful moments in gaming history for me, because they're such a quintessential masculine character in so many qualities, in so many ways. So for them to demonstrate weakness was incredibly brave. Incredibly brave. Because for decades we've had the fucking, you know, the rugged, capable, like unflappable, infallible male main character that's boring as fuck by today's standards, if you ask me. I want to see some more powerful female characters, if I'm honest. But yeah, for them to be that character, which is obviously what a bunch of people wanted, but for them to demonstrate a bit of weakness, that's powerful shit, dudes. Powerful shit. Oh my god, you fucking cunt! Oh! Come all this fucking way and I bump into a fucking tree and that destroys the fucking cargo. I'm sorry, I don't like the way the cargo damage works in this. I really don't like the way the cargo damage works in this one. So what I might do is I might try and redeploy this order. Sorry, that's really fucking annoying. It's really fucking annoying. You bump into a fucking tree that you can't see because of the angle of the camera. So what am I even taking to? Ah, oh, man, I'm fucking losing my shit. Sorry. That's really annoying. I just struggled all the way there and I had 10 seconds and I was right fucking there. All I had to do was drive past these fucking trees to get to the fucking... And I fucking bumped into a tree and damaged everything. So, deliver cell samples from animal tumor. Okay. There's the cell samples. Okay, so I've got it on my person anyway. So I might do this on foot. Oh, okay. Hang on. So I've definitely got it attached to my suit. So if I load the game up and just start running, we'll be okay. Sorry, it's just... Yeah, it's really stressful, dudes. When you make the effort and at the very last hurdle, there's some fucking tree. I mean, if it was a tree like that, fine, but it's not. It's a tiny little fucking twig of a tree. It would just get brushed out of the way. And they should get brushed out of the way, but you bump into them really softly and all of the cargo, not just the delivery that you're on, all of the cargo takes like 10 to 15% damage, which means you can't S-rank any of it. So we're heading in... Oh, I'm going in the wrong fucking direction, dudes. Oh. Going this way? Yeah. Yes, apologies, dudes. You make all that effort to get all the way there, and then some fucking stupid rock or some fucking stupid tree just fucks you at the last hurdle. But I think it might be faster on foot anyway, so I'll do that. Right, are you guys at the same... So yeah, these two pools here, yeah. Because I want to know where to farm those little things. But yes, I think Arthur Morgan is one of the most well-written and well-voice-acted and significant characters in gaming history. I mean, take one of the contemporaries, right? You've got, you know, Joel from Last of Us, right? And they clearly have demonstrated how cold-hearted they can be because of their, you know, desire to survive and everything, but clearly that's a very masculine trait. Their lack of empathy for the sake of survival is clearly stemming from their masculinity, not from, you know, something else. And it goes to show you how, you know, as a character, they are kind of limited to that, you know? They kind of become just this guy who's, you know, willing to kill people because he thinks he's right. And it's kind of like, yeah, there's obviously some, you know, arrogance and kind of masculinity in that. Then you get a character like Arthur Morgan, who also, you know, has to kill, you know, feels the need to kill people and is put in situations where it's kill or be killed. But they're able to demonstrate weakness when they're, you know, facing their own mortality. Because that's the other, like, enormously significant thing about Arthur Morgan's character is we're not forced to comprehend their mortality after the fact. You don't learn about, you know, Arthur doesn't die and then you sort of process that afterwards. You learn that Arthur is going to die, and then you have to process that whilst you're still playing as them, which is absolutely fucking genius because of all things, it makes you want to redeem Arthur, right? And suddenly the game being called Red Dead Redemption, and the fact that the game kind of, you know, guides most people to, I can't make it on foot. It's too far. You fucking cunts. How the fuck am I supposed to do this? How the fuck am I supposed to do this? I suppose I'm supposed to drive it, but just not touch a tree at the very end. Come on, map. Right, so. Fuck are we going? We're going over there. Okay, so.
Commencing route creation.
Sorry. Fucking pissed now. Is you're only allowed to put down a certain amount of markers. Thing.
Delivery route finalized.
Right. But yes, I'll be right with you, chat. I apologise. I'm just trying to lock in to do this. Trouble is, I've taken on an express order when I'm already carrying some other stuff, so I kind of need to drive quickly, but I also don't want to damage this other delivery stuff because I don't want to sacrifice the S rank on a bunch of other deliveries just for the sake of doing this one in time. But we shall continue. Yeah, this is the route I came down here on, so this should be okay. But yes, like I say, when you compare like two really, really strong characters in gaming, you know, Joel and Arthur, you begin to see how like complex and how multi-dimensional Arthur is as a character, and how like one-dimensional Joel can feel. But obviously they're different characters trying to achieve different things for different reasons, so not quite the same game and not quite the same story, so they're not being put in quite the same situation. But yeah, it's interesting to see how masculinity is represented in media and how some people are trying to show that masculine characters can still be, you know, capable of failure and capable of their emotions and capable of being emotionally upset and hurt. You know, they're not actually these, you know, emotionless fucking stones that just, you know, bark a few words to sound cool. There's much more to masculinity than that, and I think, you know, part of me wants media and in general the world to start exploring the other aspects of masculinity, because at the moment, no, you fucking cunt, excuse me, at the moment it seems like only the really negative, shitty aspects of masculinity get any airtime. And as a result, you know, there's an entire generation who doesn't see any merit in masculinity whatsoever, despite living in a world which has benefited from it. There's obviously issues as well. I'm not going to get on my high horse and defend it too much. There's what am I stuck on? What am I actually stuck on, game? I'm not stuck on anything. But you're deciding to stop me dead and lose all my momentum, and then guess what? The order's fucked. Right, I might cancel this order. This is taking the fucking piss. This is actually taking the fucking piss. Because, yeah, I can't. Just move forwards. Honestly, I'm fucking spinning my wheels here. Move forwards. Fuck's sake, man. And with all that, we might still make it, you know. Oh, I don't think we made it, to be honest.
Thanks for coming in this
3 minutes and 4 seconds. So yeah, we could do it. We could do it. I'll give it one more try. One more try where we avoid that rocky, horrible nonsense at the end.
You've been a pillar of you can use more of my material.
I know. Do you know what? I think it's just auto saved over as well.
I have something.
Yes. Is this a hat? Here, data. Chiral rodent hat. A chiral rodent that can be worn as a hat when equipped. It has the calming effect on nearby. Oh, okay. That means we can farm those things. Okay, that's good.
Don't freak
that's
out,
good.
But it's exact.
Okay. Yes. It's already been explained to me. I know. So shit. Can I? Have I got a save? What was that? That was 7 minutes past. No. Yeah. It's over. It's saved over. Okay. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. You see, and yeah, that's one thing that I don't know. They allow you to get yourself into a situation where you're just basically just fucked, and yeah. So if we were to get, that, and then head straight for there, we can just use the monorail there and back. So we can do that one. That's fine. Oh, you know what? Quit out the fucking menu. Let's start again. Because yeah, you can end up in the wrong place and you just won't fucking do what you need. So we'll take both of them now because I don't want to come all the way back up here for nothing. So I'm going to take all of them. Why can't I not put them in the... Oh. Yeah, I drove here. Why can't I put them in my truck? I leave the truck just outside the fucking...
Order accepted. Thank you.
Left it just outside, didn't I? That's saying. Right, excuse me. Sorry. That's really fucking stressful. Because I've now damaged a bunch of cargo for the sake of trying to do this one, S rank. And I didn't get the S rank, but now it's saved, the cargo is damaged, and it's like, yeah, that's kind of fucking annoying. So I want to go to here, basically. So I want to turn to the right, and then, yeah. Grab a lot here. We're down this far? No. But yeah, that one was really, really nasty. 3 minutes was a bit of a fucking arse, to be honest. But the thing is, we almost made it, but we just got fucking stuck on some invisible geometry. And yes, I know I'm not supposed to take the truck off-road, but, you know, I tried to do it on foot and I didn't even get close, you know, so obviously that's a car delivery. The bike, I think, would have got even more stuck, to be honest, so that wouldn't have helped. But yeah, sorry about that. It's just frustrating, you know, because I know that you're supposed to plan things, and, you know, I planned a route, and yeah. Anyway, be what it be, it be what it be. Talking about it ain't going to change shit, so I need to shut the fuck up and get on with it. Oh, please don't tell me I've parked on top of that fucking... Yeah. But yeah, 3 minutes to get over that much terrain that's that rough. Yeah, that's a bit of a fucking piss take, to be honest. We could have built a zip line, but building a zip line just for one delivery? Yeah, I don't know, dude. think that would have been a bit much, a bit rich. But yes, apologies. Once we're on this monorail ride, oh, here comes the stress and the fucking words start going wrong. Once we're on the monorail, I can scroll up and check everyone's message. I apologize if I missed any messages. I'll be right with you, I promise. I just need to get this fucking menu, this massive menu of a game to work. So, monorail, we want to go all the way to here. We've actually got a delivery for this person now, so we're going to load our vehicle. We're going to jump on, and we're going to dispatch. And then we're going to enjoy the ride. There we go. Right. So, let me just double check. By the way, I've been playing Red Dead Redemption 2 on Chapter 3. A friend of mine does art and commissions actually said to me, yes, I'm sorry, I read that one. If the issues they have, however, is AI are trained using art that shouldn't morally and legally, yeah, exactly, this is it. And what's fucked is how many fucking large tech companies have just blatantly committed copyright fraud for the sake of training their large language models. So there was a case where somebody downloaded, I think, 12 gigabytes of books from somewhere that was freely available. It was just a download link on a website. And they downloaded these books from this website, and the website didn't get taken to court because I don't think they could track down the person who was running the website, because that's sometimes how these websites work. So the person that downloaded it, they got hold of them and they took him to court. And I think they went to jail. I think they actually went to prison for copyright infringement or for illegal acquisition of literature or something under some law. Because governments are terrified of literature, right? Heaven forbid human beings educate themselves in history and policy. But anyway, I digress. But yeah, but apparently, I think Microsoft Amazon, they downloaded like several petabytes of people's books without their permission. So like an order of magnitude worse, like several orders of magnitude worse in terms of the, theft of literature. And apparently nothing's being done. It's like I was saying, dudes, if there's profit in it, suddenly the morals just don't matter. And that's just capitalism. Time and time again, human beings have proven they can't be fucking trusted with things. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. The second you give people something like a Pandora's box, they just, and it's, AI is only the modern internet age, version of it. The atomic bomb was, a similar situation. I still need to watch Oppenheimer. But yeah, we love creating something which is really terrible, and then rather than saying, you know what, I shouldn't let this see the light of day, I should, and who knows, fucking hell, who knows how many times out there, because it's difficult to tell for sure, how many times has somebody come up with something and thought, actually, do you know what, the world's better off without that, I won't share that, I'll destroy the research, and I'll make sure nobody ever comes to the same conclusions. I'll send people that ask, I'll send them on a wild goose chase, And that, therefore, we don't have, that terrible virus, or we don't have that terrible technology or whatever. But yeah. But yeah, unfortunately with AI, it's, unfortunately the cat's out of the bag with that one, unfortunately. Room smells like weed because I opened the window. I swear to God, I wanted fresh air. Yeah, when people smoke outside your window and stuff. There's a friend of mine, bless them, they were living in a block of flats, and these fucking teenagers would stand and sit underneath his window, like on the ground floor. He was a few floors up. But he had his window open at like 45 degrees, so anyone talking, it just hit the window and bounced into the flat. And he was like, can you guys be quiet? And they were like, yeah, fuck off, mate. So he just fucking threw water on them, He just got a giant, great big fucking saucepan of water and just fucking dashed it on them. To get rid of him. But yeah, they would. And the thing is, he was like, I was sat there and I was trying to ignore it, but honestly, 16-year-old kids today, the things they talk about, you can't even ignore it. It's just the most inane, like, bollocks you've ever heard, because none of them have any real life experience. They're 16, which is not children, but they've grown up in the internet age where they don't go out and do anything meaningful. All they do is do stuff to post it on the internet, so they're not really experiencing the world at the same rate. They will do eventually, but yeah. So they're talking about things, and all they're doing is just parroting the same fucking things over and over again, because that's what the internet does. And it's like, damn, that's fucking wild. But yeah, you're sitting there hearing them fucking talk about the same fucking things every single fucking day, and it's like not one of them has had an original thought, you know. And so you just can't fucking sit there and listen to it. Porter suit Junji Ito. A suit designed specifically for making deliveries. S-size cargo can be attached to the shoulders and hips. Stylish number features an illustration by Junji Ito. Has an anti-BT effect, making it easier to escape from gazers and watchers. Well, that's fucking pog. Grenade launcher MP. And cargo catapult. So now we can cannon deliveries. I fucking love this thing. A structure that launches batches. Structure that launches batches of cargo over a long distance. Parachute can be deployed in midair, allowing you to adjust its landing location. Grenades can also be used once the parachute is deployed. So yes, that's pretty fucking useful. I don't know if you can fire yourself all the way up to the macrobiologist, but you know. But yes. Getting a cannon on top of a fucking mountain and just yeeting yourself towards the fucking shelter.
That's where the settlement known as Lakeside Fort Knott used to be. Whole place got wiped clean off the map by a void out.
Excuse me.
The tar's been eaten away at this facility. Some weirdness currents.
Fucking Moran deserve better and can and will find better, I assure you. Oh, I will. He's shown his true colours since Monday. I'm over him. I just want my stuff back. Yeah. His mum texted my mum apologising for his words and actions. Safe to say it wasn't me that fucked things up. Yeah, if both mums are in agreement, then yeah, he's fucked up. It was him that fucked everything up massively. I've got a white Arabian horse with almost max stats. I got it from the Snowy Mountain in the like Scabadoop. I remember trying to catch that horse. It's definitely worth it. It's not the biggest horse, but it definitely is a good horse early game. That guy has an awesome mother. If you play them as evil, then I also just got my cargo damaged walking in snow. Oh, so annoying. Been watching The Office on my free time, currently on season 2. The Office, the American Office or the English Office?
Something like that. I suspect it was a squad of ghosts.
Yes, there's an English Office and an American Office. And it said there was an advert or a clip or a short that Gervais and Carell both in a lift or something, and yeah, they made a few jokes at each other's expense. Name The Office, very good. Yes, let's say there's two of them. There's the English Office and there's the American Office. They're both really well written, of course.
Things can't come soon enough. But on the bright side, we at least have some researchers who are based at Lakeside Fort Knott helping us out here.
There's a German one as well, really? Okay.
Maybe you can.
Is it called Das Office or something? So I don't know what the German word for office is.
It happened sometime after I arrived with one of the early expeditions. The giant BT
Das Bureau. Oh, the Bureau. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Void out. Same old story. Massive void outs happen in the UCA too, remember? Or maybe you don't. Chiral network coverage was somehow unaffected. But unfortunately, thousands of people were caught in the explosion. And you know, every time this happens, I can't help but think about Igor. Well, the grenade launcher has been configured to fire MP shells. Human, mech, BT, doesn't matter. You can use it against all types of enemies. Now, the cargo catapult still does exactly what you'd expect. Lets it fling containers to the tops of mountains and whatnot. However, you can now also use catapults to launch certain throwable weapons as projectiles. After launching a payload, you can use the catapult pod's integrated camera to tweak trajectory and aim for a specific point of impact. It's a way of attacking targets in hostile areas from a good, safe distance. Pretty cool, right? This stuff will come in handy, I'm sure of it.
Cool.
This is just how it went down back in the UCA. We think we were done for. Then the man who delivers shows up. Truth is, you're the reason I volunteered for the advanced expedition. The reason I was able to keep going. I figured if I did, I might get a chance to see you again.
Oh.
The BB pod you're carrying is different than I remember. Doesn't have my brother's keepsake attached anymore either. But hey, life's not just about things. Promise me you'll never forget Igor, Sam. He's gone, but he still feels so close, you know? Sorry. We should probably talk about work. An order with your name on it just came in. A request from a guy not far from here who spends his days fishing in the tar.
Yep.
Come to think of it, I believe he's one of the precious few survivors of the Lakeside Fort Knot void out. It's filed under sub-orders on the delivery.
But yes, the mother's getting involved in saying, listen, I'm sorry about my son. Yeah.
Right. I'll leave you to it. Keep on keeping on.
Because, yeah, that's one of my favorite.
As always, Sam. Now come back to this ship and get some rest. Also,
Okay.
we've identified what may be a ghost mech outpost. I'd like you on standby. Your next order might be a dangerous one.
Okay.
Order completed. Well done.
Sorry, I was going to say something and then Fragile showed up on the screen and I completely lost my train of thought. Sorry. Any Leah Sadu enjoyers in chat will know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Cool, I think we'll do this one on foot.
Thank you.
Because it's not too far, it's just walking around the lake. So it's not that bad.
Hydration recommended.
But yes, if both mothers have been involved and said they're sorry about their son, you know.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah. Hopefully that lands and helps them adjust their behavior. Oh, here we go. Oh no, it's just a fucking Magellan. Yes, I know. I'll be right there. Let me just fucking go down here. Oh shit, hang on. How steep is this? How steep is this? Oh, pretty steep. Pretty steep. So I need to go to the right and then use that valley to get down. But yeah, it's funny. I do have a few exes and their parents really like me. But the ex doesn't want to speak to me anymore for obvious reasons. Well, yeah. And I'll see them in town. I live in a small town, so I'll see them in town like, oh, hello, how are you? I'm like, yeah, I'm really, really good. You know, what have you been up to? Oh, no, not much, just working and, you know, going to the gym and, you know, sleeping, you know, all the sort of, you know, exciting stuff. You know, I'm getting older now and we have a laugh and a joke and, you know, we'll send your best to Emma. I'm like, thanks. I'm like, please don't. Bless him. And for those of you that are thinking like, oh, I bet you love wine. I don't, you know, I don't make a habit of it, you know, but I'm not going to, you know, if someone walks over and says hello to him, I'm not going to fucking ignore them. You know, their parents haven't done anything wrong, you know. They're perfectly nice people. So I've got no problem being civil with them. I just don't want to speak to that person anymore. And everyone's like, oh, it's so immature. You can't be friends with somebody after you know, break up with them. I was like, no, it's immature the fact that you can't fully let go of somebody and move on. Because that's what it is, you know. Every time I've agreed to be friends with an ex, they've always tried to fucking stick their nose in some way. After the fact. And I'm like, no, you don't get to fucking, you know, pop up and start messaging saying, hey, I saw you with, somebody said they saw you with so-and-so the other day. Did you know blah, blah, blah? I'm like, stay the fuck out of my life, you know. Got nothing to do with you, you know. Stay the fuck out of my life. Leave me alone. Because then, you know, 6 months later, a year later, hey, how's it going? Fancy grabbing a coffee and catching up sometime? You just get dumped. Yeah? You suddenly need somebody to make you feel better. Yeah, I'm all right. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't imply you want to stay friends with somebody just so you've got, you know, somebody to text when you're feeling lonely. Don't do that. That's using people, and that's wrong. Take stock of what happened. I'm not saying you can't be civilized with your ex-partners. Of course you can be civilized, and you should. But this whole sort of, you know, staying in close contact and stuff, they can keep you near just in case. Nah, don't do that. Don't do that. Fucking hell, it's actually quite a walk. And actually, once we get that, oh, it's not there. It's actually quite a walk. So we maybe could have done with this compact surveillance camera. Okay, oh, fuck it, I'm gonna go out there and grab it. But no, for me, like, you know, once a relationship comes to an end, you know, I say my goodbyes and then they're deleted and blocked on everything. I don't want to see or hear from them for the foreseeable. And yeah, people have been really shitty about it before. I'm like, no, I'm sorry, you know, once a relationship ends, it ends. You know, I'm not going to sort of pretend and sort of, you know, then not really know where I stand. And I just don't want to do it, you know. I think that it's perfectly valid to say, right, that didn't work, time to move on. And I don't think you can really move on if you're still trying to be friends with them, you know. A little bit close to home. Because, yeah, you know, if they're really adamant about being friends until you get a new partner and then they're really shitty about it, yeah, it doesn't work. Sorry. I think it's better to just go your separate ways and stay out of each other's hair for a while. You know, I'm not saying you can't, you know, reconnect with them in the future platonically and, you know, because, you know, I have inevitably reconnected with a handful of them. Unfortunately, things didn't stay platonic. Arrangements were made, and that also isn't the most healthy thing to do, especially not if you're trying to find, you know, a forever partner, you know. Having a bunch of ex-partners that you still fool around with, it's not really, you know, it's not really going to help you make the decision about who you should be seeing long-term and potentially settling down with. So yeah, it's a distraction. And like I say, people get their feelings hurt, and it's not polite or, you know, clever. So not for me, thanks. Once it's done, it's done. No point crying over spilt milk. Fucking Magellan just signalling. It's only over there. We just had to go on a big loop to get around. I got fucking nothing on me.
BTs nearby. Let's move quickly and grab the cargo.
Shit, there was some stuff on there, wasn't there? But yeah, it is sometimes, you know, when a relationship comes to an end, you don't really get the closure that you feel you deserve. And unfortunately, sometimes that's just how it goes. But one thing I've noticed is, you know, just cutting loose and moving on, like, a certain amount of time later, quite often, I can't talk for everybody, but quite often I have got a text and said, listen, I'm really sorry about what happened and blah, 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 blah. And it's too little too late, you know, but it is kind of like closure, you know, when years later somebody texts you and they're like, oh, you know what, you know, I've been sort of, you know, doing some thinking and blah, blah, blah. And this roughly translates to somebody did exactly what I did to you, to me, and now I get it. So I'm sorry. That's basically what it is. And I don't mean to speak so candidly about this and come across the wrong way, but it's just, yeah, it's a thing. It's part of life. A relationship's going to end. Try and end it amicably, because, yeah, you'll regret being a twat. Trust me. I know the temptation is sometimes to, you know, give the knife a bit of a twist, but it's not worth it. You know, it's, you know, if it's done, it's done. You know, there's no point crying over spilt milk. Try and take away what you can learn and then move forward. And that's not aimed at anybody in chat, of course. That's just a general statement. Because yes, each failed relationship should help you grow and learn how to get closer to the final relationship, right? Each time you learn something, and you learn a little bit about what you want in a partner, but you also learn a little bit about yourself. And I think if you're open to that, and if the same things keep happening in different relationships with different people, you need to show the accountability that actually, you know, maybe there is something about you that makes people do this, because that's the really complicated thing. Sometimes people are projecting, you know, oh, they did this and they did this and they did this, and why do people always do this? Why do people always do that? And it's like, they've never done that to me. So, you know, I'm not saying it's your fault, but I'm not saying there isn't a trend emerging. And if, you know, different people all come to the same conclusion and start behaving a certain way, you probably need to think about that a little bit. How is that ruined? I'm carrying it. Shit. But there's something in the lake. Okay. But yeah, always try and end things amicably, and, you know, try and leave things on good terms. But I do feel as if, for me, at 40 years old, after having, I don't know, 20 or 30 different girlfriends, yeah, just, you know, try and end things politely, and then just distance yourself. That's what's always worked for me.
Sam, did you hear that? Sounded like a creature of some sort.
I did hear that. I don't want to know. I'm hoping this oil stops. Right, am I allowed to do a quick... Oh, am I allowed to quick save here? Okay, that's good. It's allowing me to quick save, because we are technically not in combat, which is good.
God damn, dude.
Somebody on TikTok commented and said, "Sir, please drink some water." And I was like, ha! Classic streamer, I'm not hydrating in real life either. Right now would be some music. Because that was pretty nerve-wracking. And yes, I'm pretty sure all we've got to do is run. Oh shit. Run down the coastline back where we were. And then just... But easier said than done, let's be honest. But yeah. A little bit of low roar right now to set the mood would be just perfect. I know we can go and manually put some on, but I think that would be cheating. Yeah, that goes yellow immediately. The game is being very, very quiet right now. And the thing is, I say some music coming in right now would be nice, not just for the atmosphere, but the music coming in would confirm that we're just going to walk for a bit. But seeing as it hasn't, I can only suspect something is about to happen. Oh, all those buildings just went away. The weather just improved a bit. I think we might get away with it, chat. I think we might be in the clear. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon. Streamer's curse. Commentator's curse. Oh no, it's going grey again. Stamina decreased, cargo weight will take more of it. Oh, okay. Get a quick recharge. $1,000 chat. We're fine. 15 whales. Yeah, exactly. Streamer's curse, mate. Just say. Do you know what? I think we're going to be okay. No, never say things. For fuck's sake. You see? You see? Never say things, chat. Never say anything. For fuck's sake. So encumbered as well, chat. I really don't need this now. At least he gave me a shotgun. Problem is, chuck it on the tool rack. So what have you now left on the floor? What's that? Oh, it's fucked. Okay, whatever. Whatever. The game is teasing us so hard, right? Welcome back, Neela. The game is teasing us so fucking hard right now, dudes. It might be a fake out, you know? I mean, it's probably not. Wishful thinking, but you know. Read the map info blurb about the lake. Oh my god, we're still so far away, dudes. We're like barely even halfway. I think the oil's going to stop around about here, which is good. I got anything? Okay, yeah, they're good. We need to farm those because they're fucking good. Full blood and also full stamina. Or hydration or whatever it is. Okay. I'm going to go sit under that shelter briefly. Okay, come on. Let's take a little breather. Can we, cool. I'll do that. Surely we're safe now. Oh, no, I know these games work. I know how these games work. You know, we almost got caught by the BTs, but don't worry, we're fine. Nah, come on, man. Come on, man. I'm also going to make a clip there because I want to go back and clip that. I think I made a clip already, but yeah, just in case. Because one thing I've noticed that's kind of annoying me is that if there's copyright music playing, you get your VOD muted, right? Fair enough. If you happen to try and make a clip anywhere near that section, it's so fucking awkward about it. So, case in point, I wanted to make a clip of me wandering along listening to Minus 61 by Woodkid because it really felt, you know, as I said, this is Death Stranding. This feels like what Death Stranding always wanted to be. And I wanted to make a clip of it because I thought it would be kind of popular, and it was. You know, people did enjoy it on socials. But yeah, because the audio got muted somewhere in there, I had to make a highlight either side of the muted section. Then I had to make a clip from the highlight rather than the fucking VOD. And yeah, it was such a fucking palaver to achieve just to make a fucking 15-second clip. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Oh, hell. Going this way. Get your shit together, Sam. Come on. Can't rearrange the cargo, dude. It is how it is. Yeah, because we're all the way out on this island. We didn't need to go on this island at all. Well, hopefully we can walk up this way and then down the other side. But yeah, I presume there's something coming. But unfortunately, we're encumbered. Yeah, we can move, and we're not moving too slowly, considering. You can move a lot slower than this when you've got a lot of stuff on your back. But yeah, we're definitely not very agile at this point in time. It's crazy. One thing people don't talk about is how you have to keep both triggers to grip for balance. You have to keep both triggers pressed, and yeah, your hands start to get a little bit sore from gripping, and it's like, damn, it's kind of almost, you know, it's almost representing how Sam would be getting tired of gripping. Whoa, easy now, easy there, buddy. Whoa. You're all right, girl. Listen, the voice actor was on stage somewhere doing a panel. And he said that, you know, the people that were involved with, you know, marketing the game and the, you know, Rockstar General were like, you know, there's lots of female people that choose, you know, a female horse so that you say good girl rather than good boy to the horse. Apparently, they recorded a bunch of the voice acting. They said, dude, we're going to have to redo this voice acting of you talking to the horse because it doesn't sound like you're talking to a horse. He was like, what do you mean? And they played it back and he was like, yeah, good girl. And he's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe we should re-record some of these. But I hope somewhere they exist and I hope somewhere they get leaked so they can be modded into the game. He's like, it doesn't sound like you're talking to a horse, dude. He knew what he was doing. He knew what he was doing. Took a board and surfed across the tar. Do you know what, Nilo? That's a fucking good idea. If I had any fucking brain cells left, I probably would have done the same. But unfortunately, here I am doing it on foot like a fucking chump. But we are almost there. Oh, for fuck's... Dude, do you have to live in literally the most fucking obscure place? I swear to God. You better give me some fucking decent... there's lots of stuff here, but I can't carry any more, dudes. I'm gonna have to ignore it because I can't carry anymore. Shit, I was gonna say we've got an ad break coming up, but yes, it's in a minute, so that's fine. Board is way better than I gave it credit for. It's a blast. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of fun. I didn't realize it could go over water though, because that would have made life significantly easier. So thank you for letting me know. Right, unfortunately, chat, we do have an ad break coming up, so I'll need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything, so I'm going to take a break as well. I'll pause the game, so don't worry. You guys won't miss anything of this. Sam, please. Sam, please. Oh, I can't even pick it up. I can't even fucking pick it up. Right, so... I'm going to try and come to a standstill where I can pause the game. Cool. So yes, I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips. Yes, I'll be back shortly. It's like the biggest benefit, man. Did get my blood rushing while flying across the lake, expecting to eat shit out the second something popped up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're sort of like carving through the tar and there'll be fucking stuff coming out of the ground and everything. Yeah. And yeah, right now that would be fucking great because, yeah, we've still got a bunch of lake to walk around. But yes, I'll pop you guys over there and I'll be back shortly. And they'll also just follow a path. Oh. Please go check out Pizza. They're one of the most lovely individuals. There's all sorts of stuff.
Oh, I do have it. I just don't have it like that. I know that look. Yeah, he jumped on the kitchen counter.
Leaving after the lease is up, so
It's a shout out of a shout out. Kate sneezing straight into the microphone almost. And Pizza finding it fucking hilarious.
Okay, so I have clip shout outs as it turns out. Some violence.
I'm gonna get a clip of that myself. I couldn't roll in time. Okay. Iframes, please. Iframes, please. I think that is probably it. I think. There we go. Okay. New Let's throw a croissant at somebody.
Una buona giornata. Keep your distance, pal.
You come say hello? Yeah? We'll say hello to everyone. Put this on here for a sec. Come say hello. Yeah? Hello. Oh, say hello to everyone. Your sister as well. Hey? Oh, you want to get up there? Okay, go on. You go. You gonna sit down up there? Hey? Yeah, okay. Excuse me, the cat might be in the background for a little while. You gonna sit there? Hey? Waving your tail around. Fuck, okay. Okay. Medea, done. Dragon Slayer crumbs. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's a good new top. 150,000 souls. Let's go. Let's go level. Thank you for the GGs. I appreciate that. Thank you. I don't know why Dark Souls fans get so upset by Blighttown. Far too afraid to ask. For me, it's kind of enjoyable when you learn the basics. That's bait. Did you just see that? 3 hits just went straight through him. Nothing but air. Ridiculous. Right. I'm taking your shit. Deal with it. Right. He even has a bit of a swag when he walks out as well.
I'm in danger.
So they just got a big fight to say, okay. And do you know what Do you know what I set up for you? Let me unplug it and plug it back in again to force it to completely reset. I'll just select something that doesn't exist. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Sorry, I had to go for a quick wee. I had to do a stretch, and then I had to go and do a quick wee, which at my age is longer than 3 minutes, I'm afraid. But yes, welcome back. Thank you for your patience, everybody. I appreciate that. Love Doctor Who, The Office, in English, never saw. Doctor Who, yeah. I mean, that show's been going forever, dude. It's like, it goes back to, like, I think the fucking 60s, maybe? The iconic kind of synth intro, that was there on, like, the first season. And I think there was a lady who, a lady musician who wanted to come up with it, and people said it couldn't be done because it was too complicated to do synth work like that. But she did. And it was fucking iconic. Welcome back, everybody. Your patience. Ay, ay, ay. Swear to God, you better not fucking do another tar section. I can hear the audio cues already. Oh, surprise, surprise. There. Fucking arduous delivery. So did Britain from 2001 to 2003. The American show The Office is based off the British one. Yeah, this is it. Like, there's genuine people, like American people are like, oh, there's an English Office too. It's like the English Office was first, you know. That's where the idea came from. And obviously, you know, a sitcom set in an office, it's not an original, you know, formula. It's been done before, obviously. But yeah, you know, there's other factors and criteria that definitely overlap between the two that came out recently. Are we still not fucking there? I swear to God, you have to fucking live in the middle of fucking nowhere, don't you? Honestly, dude. You think I'm going to be fucking bringing you stuff on the regs? You are sadly mistaken. The only saving grace is on the way there, we found a bunch of chiral crystals. So I think we're back above 10 grand, which is good. There's one there. There's a big one there as well. But yes, hopefully the audio is all in sync. I tested it briefly before stream, but I have got that automation set up to deactivate and then reactivate the... yeah, the board must have made it a fucking doddle, mate. The board must have made it an absolute fucking doddle. Oh, look, here you are. I swear to God, this guy better not give me any shit. I swear to God. And the cargo better not be fucking damaged, because I've just fucking dragged it. Oh, the containers are pretty fucked. I'm not going to lie, the containers are pretty fucked. But the contents should be okay. I think the contents is okay. Very experienced in the game now, yeah. We can fabricate them, so maybe I should have one or two. But I feel like, you know, if I want to move around quickly, I'll use the truck, because the truck has a huge carrying capacity. But for missions like this, yeah, the board would be, yeah. But that being said, Leah, Fragile legitimately did say, you know, you should come back and rest. You know, the next job might be dangerous. They probably would have told us to use the fucking coffin board. Right, I'm hoping this is S-rank, because although the cargo itself is damaged, you know, the containers, the actual cargo itself should be okay.
You got it back for me. You really went out and recovered every last container. Right, give me just a moment to check the damage.
Well, the damage is only on the containers, and I did get all of them, so this better be an S. Yeah, damn fucking right.
That's impressive. You did well to get it here. Good for you.
You'd be fishing for your fucking teeth otherwise, mate. No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you so much.
Only 2 stars.
All right, use your Cupid to put me on the network.
Okay. Who's that? I've seen that face before. Are they an actor? RD grenade launcher. Adhesive multi-purpose shells. Effective against any target. Grenades stick to their target on impact and can be detonated remotely, damaging all enemies caught in the blast. Ah, okay. So we can jihadi jeep Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. That's a bit politically incorrect. We can kamikaze jeep one of the mule loaders.
So you've hooked me up. Cheers for that. The network should help me continue my pursuit of the Lord. Yeah, him. I wager you've heard him sing out by the Tar Lake, haven't you? Private fella, rarely shows
Pretty
his
nice.
face, but when he does appear again, it'll be a bloody
Velda, welcome in. A kamikaze is not, and a kamikaze is not. Well, kamikaze, I think, is, you know, kamikaze is, you know, it's not like saying jihadi jeep is implying some terrorist activity and, you know, jihadi and everything else. So it's kind of a little bit politically incorrect. Obviously, we know, you guys know that I'm not, you know, that like that, you know. But for the sake of, you know, calling myself out, I will.
The Lord of the Tar Lake, a monstrous fish, legendary round these parts.
Ah.
I went out with some mates of mine to try and finally catch the bastard, which is how we learned we weren't dealing with a fish at all. It's a giant BT. In fact, it used to be a pair of giant BTs, and one of them was responsible for the void out that reduced Lakeside Fort Knox to a smoking crater. The ship went down in the chaos. My mates went down with it. I was the only survivor.
Oh, shit.
Couldn't tell you how I got away from the wreck. Don't remember a thing.
But yes, kamikaze, yes, it was obviously invented by a particular ethnicity and, you know, demographic or geographical location, but it is, you know, that's what they call it, and that's it's not a slang or a slur. That's actually what it was called, you know. But I suppose you could consider it politically incorrect as well. What we can do is we can attach a bunch of grenades to a truck, drive the truck, and jump out of it, and as it rolls into something, you can detonate.
I hope I can count on your help. After firing a grenade, you can use a switch on the
RD for remote detonation, I suppose, or remotely detonate. Used in the UK as an insult towards, yeah, exactly. Jihadi is kind of used as an insult, as a slur, whereas kamikaze is kamikaze. Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah.
quite handy for me when I need to drive off nosy chiral creatures.
And the thing, I noticed that there seem to be people that are comfortable using the R word to describe people with learning disabilities, and I feel as if that's not really correct. And I'm not saying I didn't use it myself as a kid, but I have grown up and realised that it's wrong.
So I will need your assistance in the future. It's not the kind of enemy I can take on alone. I'll update you when I know more. Until then.
But yeah, I've heard a few people use it, and I was like, oof. Feels a bit dated, and also just feels like a slur. What have you got? Oh, mate, what a walk. We could do that. We could do that. If we can fabricate here, we can fabricate. If we could fabricate a machine gun, that's level 2. Got greater ammo capacity. Yeah. We take one of them. And then, yeah. So we might have a bit more APAS memory, to be honest. Yeah, we got 335. So that's quite a lot. So we could unlock quite a few. In fact, everything that's available, really. I mean, that one adds a mode to the... So yeah, it says it adds a mode, but I don't know if we can change it to or from. So I'm going to leave that off for now. But yeah, that's, you know, that's pretty fucking cool. Also, we've got the Junji Ito. Which is actually, that does look really fucking cool. I'm going to go with that, to be honest. Senzu Bean, welcome in. How's the game so far? It's been really good, really good. A few things feel a bit different from the first one, which is a bit of a shame, because I feel as if they're a bit different and not necessarily in a way that's better. I feel like there's a few things that feel different and don't feel as good as the first one. But I also admit that obviously, yeah, it's a difficult second album. You know, it's difficult to sort of, you know, catch lightning in a bottle twice. So maybe it just doesn't hit quite as hard because it's a sequel, and it's going to struggle to hit as hard because it's, you know, it's not, you know, It can't hit as hard because yeah, it's a sequel, and obviously you can't catch lightning. I don't know why I'm repeating that. I'm just trying to fucking clarify, but yeah. But yes, I feel like it's a bit of a difficult second album. It's still really great. You know, I don't want to be critical or anything, but yeah, it's still really, really great. I'm really enjoying it. I'm, you know, over 100 hours in, and I haven't even got half, you know, 2/3 of the way through this. I'm only just over halfway with the story, so you know, and I'm not bored of it at all. Every time I get to stream, I'm psyched to play it. So yeah, what the change you didn't like? So I feel as if the BTs in this one, you can't stealth past them anywhere near as well as you could do in the first game. So you're it's kind of difficult to stealth to deal with them, and as a result, if you do interact with them, the chances are you're going to get shoehorned into combat. And the combat is, you know, one of the sort of, you know, repetitive BT monster spawns. You shoot at it with the weapon, and there aren't as many different kinds of ammunition in this one. Once you get multi-purpose bullets for everything, you've got multi-purpose bullets for everything. So yeah, I feel as if the game hasn't really evolved the combat mechanics, but the game design kind of wants you to get into combat more often, and as a result, you're kind of in combat when it doesn't feel super great. And in the first one, stealthing was a much more sort of, you know, legitimate, valid option. Whereas in this one, stealthing doesn't seem to work as well. So you're kind of like, you know, the game wants you to get into combat more often, and the combat hasn't evolved as much as, you know, I would like to have seen to, you know, make it more of a part of the game, if that makes sense. So yeah, the game seems like it wants to just, yeah, every chance it has, it wants to force me into combat. Gunfights and stuff, shooting at, you know, BTs with the rifles and stuff. And I know I'm doing a mission that requires it at the moment, so that's different. But yeah. But yes, when you're just walking along and it says, you know, the BTs spawn, and, you know, there's way more BTs, way more BTs, and they have line of sight rather than detecting you by hearing you. And there's a lot more of them, and they're also in a big open space a lot of the time. So it's line of sight in a big open space, which is massively anti-stealth. And also, yeah, you know, you can't really sneak around them as much. So yeah, I don't know, dealing with them has been significantly frustrating in this one, whereas I could stealth if I had to deal with them. I could stealth them in the previous one, but I feel like this game is trying to get me into combat. Opposite, I thought I did unlock everything in the game. Yes, I mean, you're right, there may be some things that would help me with the combat, but yeah, for the most part, I really enjoyed stealthing around with the strand and like tying people's heads up and like tying people up and everything. And I feel like the previous game had more of a focus on not killing people. There was like a non-lethal, you know, kind of vibe and theme to it all. Whereas this one seems to be like perfectly okay with you killing people and, you know, leaving the corpses to potentially void out. It doesn't seem to be as bothered, which I feel is a kind of a bit of a departure from the lore of the previous game, which is not like Kojima, you know? Normally Kojima is like bulletproof with their lore, but yeah, there seems to be a bit of a complete 180, you know? In the first game, everyone's like, don't kill people because the corpses will cause void outs. And we know void outs exist in this one because the map that we're in right now, the part of the map we're in right now, specifically appears to have been affected by a void out. As well as some other parts of the game that appear that there may have been a void out at some point. Here, this appears like it may have been an island that suffered a void out. So void outs still appear to be something that can occur in this world, but the game isn't really emphasizing that we should not be killing people, because the corpses will go necro and cause a void out. So I feel like, yeah, I feel like it's kind of departed from sort of the ethos and the philosophy of the previous game, which, yeah, feels kind of strange. You might want to save the stealth aspects for his new game, Fizzint. Otherwise, you can't use new stealth innovations on the next espionage game. Potentially, but I feel as if Kojima has kind of perfected how stealth works in games, and I feel as if they would probably put all of their best into this. I'm not sure that. I mean, now that they're not beholden to, I don't want to seem argumentative or anything. I just, yeah, it's interesting to discuss this stuff. Thank you for discussing it with me. I feel as if this is like, you know, a passion project of theirs that, you know, they would have, you know, put everything into. I hear what you're saying, that yeah, sometimes studios definitely do. Yeah, they save the good stuff for the sequel because they need the sequel to hit. But this is the sequel, so. But yeah, if they're working on another game, that's kind of interesting, because if they're working on another game and they handed over some of the directorial stuff to other people on this, that would explain why it feels a bit different to what I was expecting. Because yeah, everything else, there's a bunch of roads to build, there's monorails, there's a bunch of interesting characters, a bunch of really cool story, loads of cool little gadgets and stuff to help you get from A to B. It's all fair what you say. I appreciate your patience and your understanding. Like I say, as a streamer, I don't want to seem argumentative, or, you know, I don't want to come across like I think I know better than anyone else. It's just an opinion, you know, which means I'm wholly capable of being wrong, you know. But yeah, I've got a bit of a I've had a different feeling with this one. This one's felt different, and not specifically in a positive way. There's definitely things that I think they've improved on. There's definitely things they've tweaked and improved and made a few changes, and, you know, some quality of life stuff and some friction's been removed from certain things. But there is still some stuff that feels like it's anti-combat that's left over from the first game. So I was saying this earlier. One of the strange things about how guns worked in Death Stranding 1 was when you ran out of ammunition with one gun, you had to throw the gun away or put it back on your backpack empty and then unpack another gun. And that gun would have another 3 clips in it, or 4 clips in it, or whatever. So with this one, seeing like it wants to support combat more, that's one of the quality of life upgrades that hasn't occurred, in my opinion, is that I feel as if once you've fabricated one rifle, you should be able to fabricate, you know, a case full of ammunition. I know you can get something that goes on your backpack, but I mean, like, specifically a fabricated item that's like another part. So, because I appreciate you've got to, you know, limit the player. They can't just carry 50 million bullets on one rifle and just melt everything. You need to have some sort of cargo limit, because the entire game works around your cargo limit. So I feel as if rather than making another rifle just so I've got some more ammunition, I should be able to make a crate of ammunition that's the same size as the average sort of briefcase sized parcel that the rifle is. It takes up the same space, it's the same weight as a rifle, but it's just ammunition. It's 3 more magazines, right? So I'm not constantly fabricating rifles to throw them away when they run empty. I feel as if I should be able to fabricate a pouch of ammo. And I know I have a pouch on my back that allows me to carry more ammo in general. But I still feel as if it seems a bit sort of, you know, inoptimized and kind of wasteful to fabricate a rifle just so I can get another 120 bullets, you know? So, yeah. And obviously that made sense when the game was clearly trying to focus more on stealth. It wasn't going to be super optimized with how guns work. Guns were going to be awkward and, you know, unyieldy and, you know, heavy and awkward. And, you know, having to fabricate multiple rifles so you had multiple sets of bullets for rifles made sure that, you know, players were more focused on stealth. Whereas in this game, it seems to be much more sort of interested in the player being in combat, but they haven't removed that kind of weird, awkward limitation, if that makes sense. Replenished when you go to your private room, and with empty weapons, certain weapons are expensive, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, because like I say, I'll have a rifle, and it will have, let's say, 8, well, this is shotgun, but yeah. But it's got 24 bullets, it's got 8 in the chamber before I need to reload, but if I ran out of those 24... I'd have to go to another shotgun and then unpack it and do the animation and then start using it. Whereas I'd much rather fabricate one shotgun and then be able to fabricate ammunition caches for it. They could still take up space. They can still take up weight, so the balancing and everything still works. I just find it a bit inoptimized to fabricate a whole nother shotgun just to get the ammunition that fabricating it contains. It just seems like a bit of a sort of a roundabout way of achieving something. I feel like, yeah, you should fabricate one weapon and then fabricate ammunition for it from then on. That's what makes the most sense to me. But Maybe there's a gameplay flaw in that logic I don't know about, that I haven't worked out yet. Some surprised that there's no insult specifically towards Belgians. Yeah, actually, I've not heard a specifically Belgian insulting word before. I've been rocking the ginger Ito skin ever since I got it, yeah. You can change Dolman's attire. Yeah, you can change the colour of their attire to make it match yours, which is kind of cute. At the beginning of Death Stranding, there were mass void outs worldwide, yeah. Might want to save the stealth for his next aspects of his new game, so it might have been from the start. I remember reading about some madman kill every mule, take every time to deliver to incinerator in the last game. So they killed every character and then took the bodies all to the incinerator. That's hilarious. I had no idea.
I've been waiting forever for this cargo to... I've been making progress in my work thanks to you. Let me give you a little something in return.
Cover that protects cargo in your backpack from timefall prevents it from becoming dislodged during heavy falls and such impacts. Cargo will not be protected if the stipulated capacity is exceeded, and the cover will be rendered useless if destroyed. Okay.
You need more material. You can use it to protect your deliveries from the degradation caused by timefall. And if you happen to take a bit of a tumble, it'll prevent your cargo from falling out of your backpack as well. Of course, there's a limit to how much cargo you can shield with it. And important pieces take priority, obviously. No doubt you'll have plenty of those, so be sure to use the cover to protect them. And just so you know, I'm making progress in my investigation into the Lord of the Tar Lake.
But yes, one thing I found is in the combat sections, when you're fighting Nirvana and stuff, I'll run out of ammunition with a rifle, an assault rifle, and I have to get another one out of inventory or pick one up, rather than just having a cache of ammunition. So yeah, I appreciate that if you had one rifle and just kept stacking ammunition in just one. Whereas, yeah, I think the ammunition should take up space, so I should have to fabricate like another case of ammunition, but then I could just fabricate as many cases as I want, and I could just keep reloading the same rifle, rather than having to get an entire new rifle out every time. I think it just seems a bit wasteful. It's Arnold St. Martin, I think, Senior Director of External Development, PlayStation Studios, is what his LinkedIn says. So they're not an actor, but yeah, that's where I've seen them before. I must have seen them. Sorry about that. Bumped into something. It's quite a walk. Actually, do you know what? My truck's over there, isn't it? I left my truck there, didn't I? Because we got them, so I'm going to have to go back there anyway. So I will take this one with me. And as Nilo mentioned, I'm going to grab a fucking coffin board, and we'll use that. Cough, cough, cough board. Yep. Cough, cough board. Cough. Yes. Right. Oh, hello, boys. Oh no! You motherfucker! You motherfucker! Literally just left. Pitch fucking dark. Can't fucking see anything. Remember what I said about the Easter egg cutscene? Yes. You said something about when there's a... Oh, hang on.
Hey, man. This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Let's take 5.
Sure.
Oh, okay, don't sleep next to cough. Okay. Yeah, we'll experiment with that in a moment. But it needs to be daylight now. So yes, let me fabricate a board. Random chance of occurring there. So, okay. So yeah, we'll try that once we've got no deliveries on. We'll try that. Oh my goodness, chat! Look at this. My goodness, look at this. All these fucking particles, mate. Oh my goodness, I need to favorite some of this. Just waiting for a giant fucking whale to come out of the fucking water and eat us. Oh. As you say, stuff comes out of the damn water. Did my cargo get ruined because of the fucking timefall? Oh, so the container's a bit damaged. Container, okay. Hopefully we can get out of this rain before. So, have we got a pretty clean shot up the hill? Yeah, we need to go a little bit to the left, I think. Hello, Baba. Can I help you? Oh my goodness, chat. Why would you walk? Why would you walk? So yeah, if there's large expanses of water, yeah, this is the way. This is just the way. Can we pick up chiral crystals? Oh, we can pick up chiral crystals whilst using it as well. Oh, chat. The game has been changed. Amendments have been made to the game. And calm down. Oh. Easy now. Fucking hold it down now, boy. Hold it down. Right, hopefully this stuff's still okay, and therefore we get an S rank, hopefully. Boost on a coffin board is where it's at. Yes, I imagine there's levels to it as well. I imagine you can get like a level 2, level 3, potentially.
Doesn't look too pretty outside.
No, it doesn't.
Appreciate you working in this weather. Wait a sec while I check the order details. Decided to knock out a whole mess of orders, huh? Well, that's just what
Now displaying your current order grade.
Order completed. Well done.
Right, so what have I got on my person that can go in the truck? We've got so much stuff for the data scientist. So much stuff for the data scientist. Right. I'm going to put all that stuff in my backpack because all of this is stuff for shelters we've already 5-starred. Which means, in the interest of streamlining everything, I'm going to entrust everything that's on my back because we've already fucking delivered to all these places and 5-starred them anyway, so...
Your service in transporting this cargo is appreciated.
Cool. So that moves some stuff out of our inventory, excuse me, and into other people's hands. I'm going to put the coffin board on the truck, and then we can carry on with our deliveries. Yeah, there's something to do on the Magellan, obviously. That road's falling apart. I imagine we're going down here at some point. But we can take the monorail back to the mine north of Tar Lake. We can deliver it to the architect because we haven't fully delivered them, fully 5-starred them yet. We don't have any deliveries for them. And then we might still have a delivery for the pizza chef. But then, yes, we've got some deliveries for the data scientist, 5-star them. And then we're back over here. We've got a few deliveries over here, so we'll head over this side. So, monorail. Won't that thing be very loud? It moves along just like a cloud. Is there a chance the track could bend? Not on your life, my Hindu friend. So fucking stupid, but so good, honestly. I don't know how they structure like the writing crew, but they must just be hiring really good writers all the time to have this sort of think tank full of writers. It's the monorail song from The Simpsons. Oh, of course. My next test to see if the board can go up steep slopes. Yeah. And then down steep slopes without killing everybody. But I reckon the jumps, yeah. But anyway. Up has spoken. Classic. Remember when I said about the Easter egg cutscene, random chance of occurring there, so it may not trigger straight away. Don't know. Other porters could rest with you, and you can boost on it. Yes, you can boost on the coffee. Yeah, but yeah, you can sleep with other. And the thing is, if I sleep somewhere, and then some other person on the internet playing the game sees the thing that appears when I'm resting, and they rest there as well. If lots of people rest there, it becomes like a boost for everybody. Which is another neat little like indirect cooperation mechanic. See if I about the jump ramps, I'm gonna get myself killing. Well, yeah, it should cancel out the full damage, so you should be able to fucking yeet off of them, which we can find out at some point. So does this one mine ceramics? It does. Okay. Because yeah, ceramics are the thing we kind of need for some of these roads. So I think they can live there. But yeah, our cargo is... We're full up because, yeah, we've got all these fucking deliveries to make. Yeah, okay. So we need to go to the data scientists because we've got a bunch of stuff for them. So yeah, so we're not doing roads just yet. We're going to go and make some deliveries. With the pish rooms, if enough players urinate there, it become a... Yeah, so you start off with a little mushroom, but it grows into this mound of, like, you know, fungi. And that's where the cryptobites spawn, which is crazy. So yeah, you can kind of create one next to almost every shelter. So... we're going to the architect up here. I don't know why. I don't know why they're showing up as like a delivery location. So yeah, we're going to the architect. So from here to the right, and then try and go. So yeah, so to the right, and then you'll see. It gets a bit fucking lumpy here. We go over here. But Main Street's still all cracked and broken. Sorry, Mum, the mob has spoken. Won't that thing be awfully loud? It floats as quietly as a cloud. What about us useless slobs? You'll be given cushy jobs. Right, slowly over the rocks, breadcrumbs. Let's not repeat the mistakes we made before. You were fucking waffling on, talking about learning from mistakes earlier, and then you continue to make the same fucking mistakes. Slowly, slowly. Dudes, could you imagine Death Stranding 3 where you're allowed to make your own roads? Or if enough people walk a certain way, it spawns a road above somehow. I don't know how you get that to work, like, you know, in code. But yeah, could you imagine? If enough people walk a certain journey, it becomes a road you can build.
Glad you can make it. I'll need a moment to review order data, so sit tight. Thanks for the extra cargo, John. Could have sworn it was...
Just squeak that fucking 4th star.
Now displaying your current order grade.
Thanks. And sorry for the hassle. Order completed. Well done.
There's a cross through this terminal for some reason. So I don't know why, but yeah. So now we 5-starred them already. And them. And them. And them. But not them. So we take this order. Oh shit. Oh no, we can't. We can't fucking fit it in there. We can't fit it on our back, so we can't take it on. Okay. So what if I was to check in my cargo menu? Have we got anything we can no, we have actually already emptied out all of the cargo we could get rid of. So we are, yeah, this is the thing. We need to make some deliveries to a few places before we can start taking on more deliveries. So yeah, so from here, we go, yeah, I kind of want to go down here to get to the road, to be honest. I kind of want to go that way to get down onto the road, because the other way's full of BTs, and actually this way might be a bit bumpy on the way down there, but might be a bit bumpy on the way down there, but once we get down there, we've got a road.
Trouble nearby.
Sorry, dude. I didn't really need to you can see that our cargo bed is completely full. It's like all red. So it's delivery time, chat. We're going to go to the data scientist and then on to the motherhoods, the mechanic, the pioneer, empty out all of our orders, you know, hopefully 5-star the data scientist with all the orders we got for them. If we haven't fucking destroyed half of it. But yeah, like average paths get cemented. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, like if the paths, you know, because they put roads in and they, you know, the roads are, they design the level, right? So the roads are usually in pretty good places. But I feel like, you know, Kojima probably wants it to be as organic as possible. So yeah, I think if enough people walk a certain journey, which means rather than us grinding to build the roads, we have to grind those pathways and those journeys, and then those become roads over time. And I know obviously that makes it sound like it's going to make it easier for people that play the game years after release, but that's kind of the idea. Although I would like to see an option, I didn't see it with this one, but an option where it says don't show other people's structures on my first playthrough. So it's 100% down to you to build structures, you know? Because yeah, I imagine if I was, you know, if I was going to be into the game as much as I was into the game, and I bought it years after release, and all the roads have been built and there were zip lines everywhere, I wouldn't experience it the same way, and I'm not sure I'd enjoy it as much. So I think it would be kind of nice if yeah, there was an option, say at the beginning of the game, would you like other people's structures to appear on your first playthrough, or would you like to build them all yourself? Because obviously the game is about building stuff and, you know, finding ways to solve issues, and there's a bunch of, you know, fill up. Kind of, I was about to say we should go down there and get that stuff because it's quite close, but actually, sorry, we just pause the game and then just fucking unpause the game, and then the audio will go down to a normal level. You have no fucks. But yeah, like I was saying, I hope I haven't scared that person off. They were quite polite, quite friendly to talk to. But yeah, I feel as if, you know, there's way less focus on being non-lethal in this one, which I find kind of strange. And also, on top of that, it also feels like combat is now much more of a focus when, you know, I never thought, you know, I never thought the gunfights were like, you know, the strong point of Death Stranding at all. I thought, you know, it was everything else. You know, the gunfights existed and they were okay, but I never really sort of relished in them, you know. I was like, okay, got to shoot some stuff for a little bit, you know. But I was never looking forward to them. They weren't bad, but, you know, right, this is a lot of 100% deliveries, so I'm hoping this is a shit ton of stars. Piku piku. Look at all that stuff. That's only 1,000 likes, really. Okay, good.
いつも本当にありがとうペコ。届けこの気持ち。
Hmm.
まだまだあげる。初めてあんたに会った時はここまで協力してくれるとは思わなかった。この辺は物騒だから不安だったけど、自衛のための体制も整ったし。
Technically, you can play offline, which would limit structures you see. Else, you'll you can sever your social contracts with people, which will have the same. Yeah, yeah. Love the Pico hat at first, but after 10 hours wearing it, I despise that. Bye bye. Right, have you got any orders for people that I need to 5-star? Nope. 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 Yes. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Right, onwards to the Pioneer. Makes Sam say Pico more and more and more. Yeah. I did try it on, and yeah, I heard them muttering it under their breath, which is kind of cute, let's be honest. But obviously, it would get infuriating. I admit. I agree. How's it going, chaps? I tried to say howdy's it going. Right, so there's going to be a fucking dust storm, so we need to know where to turn off to still be able to get to the Pioneer. Probably about there, isn't it? Ba bam ba bam bam bam. Ba bam ba bam bam bam. Do you well start saying it just as frequently? Yeah, yeah. If it becomes a vocal stim for your partner through reinforcement, yeah, okay. Oh man. Dating somebody else that's played Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask. And they just sort of like, they sort of like look at you and they're like, hey, listen, shut up. Shut up. Don't fucking say that. Yes, I must admit, Dolman is saying a little bit too much. Come on. Come on. Yeah, I can't believe the road doesn't go to the fucking Pioneer, man. All that effort to build it and it doesn't even fucking go to where we need to get to, but you know. I guess fuck me. Friend wears a Picora hat and as a result we start going Pico, yeah. And everybody else in England is like, what the fuck? I know it's not very polite, but I am just going to drive across this lake. Across this... Oh, wait, no, it would be an oasis, wouldn't it? Because it's in the desert. Excuse me. Ba-bam, ba-bam, bam, bam. Ba-bam, ba-bam, bam, bam. Oh. In this stream, we all go put them in every... Oh, yeah. If I could get a Pico hat in real life... How much is a Pico hat going to set me back?
Oh, yeah. Give me all that cargo, dude. You're amazing.
How much is a Pico hat going to set me back? Do they exist? Is it Pico? You can't really get it in real life, can you? Although I'm surprised. I'm surprised you can't. Pika pika is a Japanese or onomatopoeic word that describes the feeling of being very hungry or having a grumbling stomach. Hungry, hungry. Oh, is it Pecora? Sorry. What if I search for Pecora? Hat. Okay, this looks a little bit... Oh, there you go. There you go. $75. 75 buckaroonies. Are you fucking kidding me? That's a bit much. If it was like 12 or something, then fine. But yeah. What is this? Identity V Survivor. Who's this poor chap that's just fucking in bondage? What's this? Oh, so you can $188. Fucking hell. No, I'm good, thanks. I'm good. I'm good. Like, ouch, no thanks. Yeah, a bit much, a bit much. They're like, oh yeah, no, I'm not going to tell other people what they can and can't spend money on. Of course, you know, people can spend money whatever they want. But yeah, for me, no, I'm good. I'm good. On about bondage. Oh yeah, well, yeah. Again, yeah, people can do what they want. You know, it's just obviously a bit strange to see a very juvenile-looking toy that also happens to have, you know, some sort of straps on, if that makes sense. So, no, we've already 5-starred them, so we're good, thanks. We're good. Anyway, apologies, chat. Last hour break of the stream. I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips, as you guys know, and then we'll come back. Please feel free to take a break yourselves. You're not going to miss anything. And then we'll head onwards to the Northeast Mine, to the Motherhood, to the mechanic, get some more deliveries done, see if we can empty out our cargo bed, and then we can start farming those ceramics next stream. As I say, I might have to start a little bit early on Saturday, because I need to finish a bit early. I need to finish sort of 5:30-ish, sort of, yeah, probably 5 o'clock-ish at the latest, because I need to have a shower before I head out. So, yeah, we'll be a little bit early on Saturday. I might just wake up and rather than going for a walk and doing all sorts of stuff, I might just go live straight away. So I might be live a little bit earlier during the day. But yes, the air break's going to start in a second, so I'll pop you guys over there and I'll be back. And then we'll carry on with the last bit of deliveries, and that should close us out. Probably best not to dive down that rabbit hole. Yes, the rabbit. It sometimes happen, and then what happens, we all say peek out. Yeah, well, yeah, if it's a little in community in joke or sort of thing, you know, in the street, because not everything's a joke, an in joke, but a community sort of thing. Those are really cute. I love those. But yes, I'll be back shortly. Levels itself out here. But yeah, I need to find out when your your nobleman is proposing to you. Why are you blowing me a kiss? Mate, these hoes ain't loyal, honestly. Right, you come down here. Be gentle, yeah? Excuse me. Sorry about that. And then, carefully, stagger him so it explodes. What? That's what we wanted. Oh wow. Oh fucking hell. We got folded like a fucking omelette. Fuck. That fucking folds. Oh, my lower back hurts just thinking about it. Fuck. Okay, maybe we will take the grenade launcher with us. Fuck off. Okay. The thing is, like, the level design is kind of cool. Ah! Okay, that works for them as well. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of mad that this game is set underwater and there's so much bureaucracy. Because it's bureaucracy. Oh, what's that? No! Fucking hell! Wait, is that? Oh, that's for the lift. Okay, excuse me. You can get pods that you reuse, because excuse me. Absolute fucking meme, dudes. Get real. Like this. Then take one of these. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right. Next delivery. Shush. You have been altogether way too fucking noisy today, little man. Fucking howling away for no fucking reason for almost the entire day. You are taking the fucking Michael. Stop. Sorry, he's been a bit of a twat today. I love him, he's my baby boy, but he's been a bit of a twat today. First off, he's thrown up a little bit inside the place, inside the enclosure where he sleeps. It's not a cage, it's like a big old fucking enclosure with a bed and a litter box and everything, so it's perfect for him to sleep in. But yeah, for some reason he's vomited on the fucking shelf that he likes to stand on. I had to clean that up first thing, and then fucking ate his breakfast like almost immediately. Within like 45 minutes he's eaten the whole fucking bowl when he normally leaves it till fucking 9:30 at night. So he's eaten his whole fucking breakfast by fucking 10 o'clock. And he's just been fucking meowing at me to put his dry food in his bowl all fucking day. And anybody who has pets in the chat will know, if they meow or bark at you and then you feed them, they think, oh, that's what I need to do. And then they just keep, and he keeps fucking doing it when he's going to get fed anyway. I'm about to feed him anyway in the next 5 minutes. As soon as I get a moment, I'll feed him. But he starts meowing at me. I'm like, well, now I can't feed him for a little bit because he'll think he can just meow for food at all times. And I can't be living like that. It does my head in, you know. I know this sounds silly, but I promise you this is how it works. If an animal gets food in a certain way, they will then just think that's how it works. It just lodges in their brain. So I have to wait until he's not making any noise and he doesn't see me walking towards his bowl, because if he sees me walking towards it, he just starts howling at me. Bearing in mind, he normally has his wet food in his bowl until, you know, I put it down for him at, 8 in the morning when I wake up. But he doesn't finish it until 7:30 at night sometimes. So he's clearly not hungry because all he's doing is sleeping at the moment, to be honest. Oh shit. But yeah, like I say, he fucking wolfed down his breakfast, which makes me nervous because if he eats too quickly, I worry that he's just going to throw it all back up again. And obviously I'll have to clean it up. And I have to catch it before the robot vacuum cleaner starts, otherwise it's going to be a complete nightmare. But anyway, this is a stupid story, I know, sorry. But yeah, he finished his breakfast way, way quicker than usual. And then because he's finished his breakfast, he's fucking meowing at me to put dry food down for him. Because he prefers the dry food, which is why he gets the wet food first. So he'll eat it. Because it's good for them. It is good for them to have both wet and dry. But yeah, he's got it in his head that when he finishes his wet food, he automatically gets dry food. So we're in that phase of, you know, not putting his dry food down early just because he's finished the wet food. He needs to know that the dry food goes down at midday if he's finished his wet food. If he hasn't finished his wet food, I'm not going to give him dry food so he can just ignore the wet food and I throw it away. Because it's not right to throw away food. Especially not when there's cats out there that are struggling to get a meal. It's not right. Totally, so I get to tell you, yeah, it can be a handful. Yeah, this is it. You've got to be smart. You can't cave in, you know. And sometimes I'll have to go out to lunch. He's still got some food left in his bowl. And I would normally put down some dry food at midday, 12 o'clock. And I go on my lunch, you know, at 1 o'clock, I go for a walk. And sometimes I have to go on my lunch break walk and not get back until sort of just before 2 o'clock. And he's finished his wet food whilst I'm out. And I'm like, oh man, so he could have had his dry food if he just fucking ate it a bit quicker. But, you know, it's down to him. He needs to understand the routine. You know, some wet food will go down for him in the morning. He eats that. And then at midday, he can have some dry food. And he can nibble on that for the rest of the day. That's how it needs to work.
I say I'm glad you could make it.
Because the silly thing is, if he gets to sort of like 6 or 7 o'clock in the afternoon, in the evening, if I put some dry food down for him, he won't eat all of it. So I have to put down like a small amount. If I put a small amount down and it's not quite enough for him to nibble on for the rest of the day, he'll start meowing at me. It's just, it's such a fucking palaver. But it's cat ownership, you know, all part and parcel of it, yeah. But he has been, specifically today, he's been a bit of a twat. Bless him. Once they're spoiled, it's near impossible to yeah, this is the thing. Exactly. This is why I'm super careful. This is why I won't feed him when he shouts at me, when he meows at me, when he starts pestering me. I won't cave in because I know that once you do that, you're fucked. And he just fucking howls at you. A cat or a dog, they'll just fucking pester you for food all the time. And the worst thing is when you know this, but you have a partner that refuses to acknowledge it, because the animal will pester both of you, even though only one of them is going to give them some food. And sometimes it has caused an argument or two. I'm not going to lie. I've had partners, and you know, they'll feed their dog or their cat. You know, at any, you know, the second their dog shows any signs of being hungry, they give it some more food. And I'm like, it's not good for the dog. And B, that dog will not fucking leave me alone. I love it. It's a dog and I love dogs, but it will not fucking leave me alone for a second. It is constantly shoving its nose into my hand and like woofing at me, not full on barking, but like woofing at me, trying to get me to give it food because you do. And it's going to do that with every human being. And especially if it's a fucking Labrador, like Labradors they're incapable of being satiated. They are always hungry. They always feel hungry, which means you've got to be so careful with how much you feed them. Because yeah, it breaks my heart when I see, like, you know, not even an old Labrador, but you know, a sort of, you know, middle-aged Labrador, and it's like a fucking wardrobe on legs. And it's like, oh, he loves to eat, we look after him. It's like, well, you're not looking after him. His joints are going to be fucked. His heart and his lung and his livers are going to be fucked because you're feeding him too much, you know? It's your responsibility as the owner to keep them in a good shape, you know, because their legs aren't built for it. And you see them struggling to get up, and it's like, oh, man. And they can't help it. They're just a dog, you know. They don't know any better. And they've done the test. They're literally always hungry. Their blood always has the hormone in it that makes them feel hunger. They are always hungry, even if they don't need to eat. So yes, they will constantly beg for food. It's your responsibility as a pet owner to keep them in good shape. And I'm very fortunate. Cats, they're very, very good. They don't overeat. You know, they'll leave food if they're not hungry. And they're very good at maintaining their weight because it's part of their survival instinct. they need to remain agile and, you know, slim so they can squeeze through gaps and escape predators and stuff, because they're, you know, they prey on mice, but, you know, they're also, you know, not the biggest animal. So they're pretty good at staying on top of it. So as long as I just put some food down for him and he finishes it over the course of a certain amount of time, it's fine. He'll leave what he's not interested in, and it just means that I give him a little bit less of that food next time until I give him something that he always finishes, and that's how much he wants. And it changes throughout the year. You know, during the summer when it's really hot, he doesn't have to maintain body heat. He's actually nice and warm, so he won't burn as many calories, so he won't eat as much in the summer. But in the winter, when it's cold and he does have to maintain it, he's going to be really hungry, so I want to make sure I put down a decent portion. So he's got everything he needs. Zuko knows he can pester my wife anytime. I don't give him what he wants. Training the wife is the second most impossible task. Because, yeah, I know that their heart will be in the right place, but it's like, as you say, once an animal has been spoiled, they become so fucking difficult to look after, and they become such a fucking handful. You know, you can't fucking leave food anywhere. It's just, yeah, it becomes such a fucking palaver. We gotta go all the way over there. Yeah, we could do that. It's not too far. We could take the coffin as well.
Thank you. Hope to see you again.
Okay, there's a ramp. There's a ramp next to... That's where we want to go. Because there's a ramp there. So we could use that to test. Oh, fuck's sake. Have we gone way out into the ocean? We have, haven't we? We've got completely turned around. How are we still in the water? Oh, for fuck's sake. The reflection of some pillars, not respecting the fog. Oh shit, okay, that didn't... Okay, that could have been better. Oh chat, we're definitely going to surf through the Torii gates, of course. Of course, because yeah, it's all up there. It's all up there, so definitely gonna surf through the Torii gates. Grab that. Zooming indeed. I approve of this idea. The visuals while on the board and in general, the close camera is everything. Yes, like the subtle changes in camera angle. It's classic Kojima. Absolutely classic Kojima. Oh, for fuck's sake. But yeah, the angle is sometimes a bit misleading. What is going on? Why do I turn one way more than the other? Why do I move one way more than the other? I turn to the right more than the left. For some reason. Excuse me. Right, grab these fucking springs.
Legs.
Keep on keeping on. Trouble is getting in the hole syndrome, I wager. Yeah, getting in the lining it up so you're actually traveling the direction you think you are.
Let's get it delivered.
But yeah, I think because of the camera angle, you're sort of distorted on where you're actually pointing. No, I think it moves right more than left. I think it moves to the right easier than the left. Because, yeah, I can really skim the left and not get into trouble. Okay, right, so where's that ramp? Oh, wow, dude. Fucking... Yeah, they can't make it too easy, can they? Right. First problem, if you change the camera to the other shoulder. I'm not sure. I need to get a straight line and do some tests. But yeah, I think maybe there's a camera dependent sort of amount of force involved.
Hell yeah!
Oh, it's... Do you see what I mean? It's not like centered like how you need it. Look at that. It's not quite centered the way you need it. Excuse me. Same who jumped over the moon. The man who jumped, yeah, the Sam who jumped over the moon. But yeah, I think that, I mean, there was a jump somewhere that someone did, and they ended up on the monorail track, and I was like, GG's, dude, that's a fucking... That must have taken a lot of practice, because, yeah, it's not a very sort of intuitive place to put a ramp. Cool. Maybe the first person who managed to get hit by the monorail.
Thanks for coming. That's a lot of cargo.
There we go. Cool.
Now displaying your current
Order completed.
Right, have you got any deliveries for anyone that I want a 5-star? Yes. And yes. Oh, excuse me. I need to fight. I wish I could fucking... wish I could just fucking take my fucking spine and just put it through the washing machine. Just to fix everything. Wish I could just take my skin off like a fucking duvet cover and just put it in the fucking washing machine. Right, to the Pioneer. But yes, the coffin board, when it comes to picking up chiral crystals, fucking goated. Zooming about on the board, picking up all the chiral crystals that are on the floor, massive. Oh shit, they're quite far away. Oh no, Nah, okay, fuck it. Yeah, we're just gonna have to fucking send it. Just gonna have to drive in a straight line for a while. Technically you can, but I wouldn't recommend. But yeah, I've seen advertisements. It's cheap Chinese Temu crap. I'm not gonna buy it, but it's a machine that you put yourself into, and like you latch your feet around these like notches, and then it's got that sort of like, oh shit, it's got that sort of twin like strap that goes around the front of your chin and like the back of your head, and like holds your head. And yeah, that's what scares me, is the fact that it's like, you know, it's pulling on your head. The machine I want goes underneath my armpits, because whilst my neck being stretched out might feel quite nice, that's a bit strong for me. So yeah, but this machine looks fucking sketchy as hell. Because yeah, it's not like you get in this machine and then you pull a lever to stretch yourself. It's not like using a fulcrum or anything. You get inside this machine and an electric motor like drives a spindle that stretches those two parts out. So yeah, it looks pretty fucking sketchy. And I think that with the right yoga, I could probably achieve the same result with none of the risk. So that's what I'll do. But yeah, the back of my neck has been so fucking stiff for fucking weeks now, maybe even months. And yeah, I think it might be stress. I think it might be stress that's making it worse. It might be something I could probably stretch out if I just kept doing my stretches. But I think because of the stress, it's holding tension. And yeah. So I might give it another week of stretching, and if it doesn't solve itself, I'm gonna, you know, text my friend who's a physiotherapist to say, right, you know that thing where you get your thumb and you go from where the skull tissue, where the muscle tissue connects to my skull right at the back, all the way down to my shoulder blade with your thumb? Yeah, can we do that one, please? Because it fucking hurts. It's fucking unpleasant, but afterwards the muscles are like, oh, actually, do you know what? I could actually be 30% longer than I thought I was. And I don't have to be constantly fucking pulling on this guy's head, you know? But yeah, it's pretty unpleasant. But that's the thing, you know? People think you're going to go for a massage and it's going to fix all your muscle tightness. It's going to be a nice, pleasant experience. No, 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 no. The pleasant experience is the day after, if you're lucky. If not, the day after the day after. You'll wake up and stand up and you'll just feel like upright and like correctly postured. But sadly, it doesn't last if you don't keep on top of it. The Pioneer is to our right. Sounds safe and OSHA approved to me, yeah. Because, yeah, I mean, yeah, the rack was a medieval torture device, but I bet for a certain amount of time, right before it started to disembowel you, it probably felt pretty good. Right before your fucking neck disconnected from your body. It probably felt really nice. But yeah, like, that's the thing with, like, learning decent yoga stretches. It doesn't feel like you're about to peel the muscle away from your body. Then you're probably not fully extending. And I'm not saying you should go for pain. Don't go for pain. But yeah, once you learn where the limit is, you realize the muscles sometimes are a little bit kind of like, that's probably your full range of motion. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. There's a bit more in there. I know there's a bit more in there. Don't you hold out on me, you bastard. And you take a few more deep breaths and you keep just gently, always gently, always gently, but you gently lean into the stretch. Nice deep breaths, and every time you breathe out, imagine tension leaving your body, like mentally, like picture it. Because that's the trick, is when you breathe in, and then as you breathe out slowly, just imagine the tension in your body slowly dissipating, and that will make the stretch like 10%, 15% better, free. It's strange, really is strange, but I don't know if it's something to do with the mind-muscle connection or something, but yeah, when you're doing stretches, deep breaths you take, every time you breathe out, do it nice and slowly, and just imagine the tension just coming out of your body. And it's crazy how much your brain can control. Good yoga lives on the precipice of certain death. Yeah, it doesn't feel like you're about to fucking dislocate your own fucking leg, then you're not doing it. But no, I don't want to imply or suggest you should be trying to do stretches that, you know, significantly hurt. There will be some discomfort because it's stretching. There'll be some discomfort, and that discomfort is, you know, unfortunately unavoidable. But yes, if you learn the form and you do it correctly and you approach the limit slowly, you can definitely undo some of the tensions in your body. And it's a nice feeling, honestly. Some days, I remember I used to ride BMX and I'd wake up the next day when I had the day off and I'd be just absolutely fucked. But, you know, hot bath, out of the bath, stretches, and really gently and slowly work into sort of various different positions. And then, yeah, in the shower to clean off. And then, yeah, I'd sort of, you know, I wouldn't want to sit down because I knew if I sit down, my back would start to tighten up again. So I go for a walk. And going for a walk is really good because it gently pulls on the lower back muscles just for stabilization. Because your legs and everything and being bipedal, you're upright, your lower back is doing some stabilization when you're walking. But human beings have evolved to walk, you know, bipedally, so it's a natural motion. So walking is actually really good. Walking is a really underrated one when you've got a bad back. However, one phenomena I get is if I've been sitting down all day and I stand up and go for a walk, I'm fine, but then I get a warning shot. It's like, suddenly my back twitches and I'm like, but then but it's fine. But yeah, there's obviously something in there that I've torn or, you know, got a nerve trapped somewhere. And as a result, as it loosens up and gets used to moving up and down, you know, upright when I'm walking, it obviously... Oh yeah, we were supposed to get something for the data scientists, weren't we? So, oh, that's the stuff we drove past. That's why it showed up so early. Okay, let's do that. We've got a few minutes left. Let's do that. So we're heading to the right. This way. Welcome to Nirvana. Enjoy liberation from suffering. But yes, liberation from suffering sounds nice, but at the same time, although I don't really know why or agree or understand how, there have been a handful of interviews with Buddhist monks who speak English, but they talk about how they deal with physical and mental pain. And one of them was talking about how if you try and avoid pain all the time, you're never going to get to know it. And just like a person, if you never get to know them, you'll never understand them and you'll never be able to, you know, deal with them, right? So rather than trying to avoid pain, you should be welcoming pain and acknowledging it so that you can then come to terms with it. And I kind of think some of that might actually be true. I'm not Buddhist myself, but yeah, I genuinely feel like, you know, once you stop trying to avoid a pain, that's when you start learning how to process it. And once you learn how to process it, it's still pain, but sometimes the understanding and the context behind that pain can help you bear it a lot easier, you know? Much like the concept that once you understand that some pains and some difficulties are shared with everybody, you then feel less, you know, personally attacked by them, and therefore you don't, you know, which is why sharing struggles is good, you know. People sometimes, you know, they're like, oh, everybody wants to talk about their feelings. I'm like, well, because everybody's got feelings, and that includes you. So I don't have any of that shit. No, I'm fine. It's like, no, you're not, bruv. No, you're not. You wouldn't have this stance. You wouldn't have this mindset if you were truly fine. You and I and everyone else, nobody is above it. It is a human condition. We are animals driven in some ways by hormonal changes and enzymes and hormones in our system. And then we have a very, very powerful flesh computer that translates those hormones and the feelings they give us into something we've described and quantified as emotions. And that's what we call them. Obviously, it's important to remember they existed before we had a name for them. So, yeah, we understand them to a certain degree, you know. There are therapists out there that have been studying them for decades. Oh, come on, man. How far away is this? It's not a million miles. Not a million miles, so yeah. Do you know what? Fucking hell, man. It'd be really nice if I could clear my throat just once. But, you know, never mind. Got an electric desk so I can stand or sit. Those are great, dude. Honestly, that was another thing that helped my back a lot. Was having the ability to stand up for a certain amount of time and then sit down for a certain amount of time. And to be able to change between the two when I felt the need. That was, yeah, super, super handy. Because, yeah, working standing up, it feels very strange at first because obviously standing up, doing something you've always done sitting down is strange, but you can adjust to it. Obviously, you need to be careful you don't lean on your wrists, too much. Which is, it's all to do with making sure you set the desk to be the right height. So you should be able to rest your arms on the desk without really leaning on your wrists specifically too much. And you should be able to take a little bit of weight off of your shoulders. Like you shouldn't be like, reaching down to the desk. Your shoulders should be sort of, I don't know what the correct term for it is, but, not fully slumped, but not fully lifted up, because that's obviously not going to be good for you either. But yeah, once you get the right height and you can have your forearm on the edge of the desk and you're still moving your arm freely, your hand and wrist freely, and your shoulders are kind of supported a little bit. It's actually, yeah, quite comfy. Is that one of those fucking spider things? It is. Fuck off. Somebody else's truck just out here. The lone commander. Now I'm good. Oh. Because that's it there. But yeah, I feel like there's a bunch of cargo in this area that people have dropped or lost, so I might. What's all that lot? Holy fucking shit. Oh shit. Holy shit, look at all this. Oh man, somebody had a bad day. Somebody had a very bad day. Oh, I picked up too many fucking ceramics, didn't I?
You've recovered everything then. Great. Let's get it delivered.
Yeah, somebody back there had a fucking bad day. And, I don't know, is it marked on my map? Where all that stuff was? Can't see my footprints for shit, dudes. But yeah, it was somewhere in the search area, but no, it's gone now. But yeah, there's a board there. I could have pinched that. But yes, I think somebody's truck. Succumbed to the spider attacks, and as a result, it got destroyed, and they dropped all of their fucking cargo there, which is fucking heartbreaking. So I've got half of me wants to fucking go back there and collect it all, so I can drop it all off. That is if my fucking voice will work. Excuse me. Oh, fucking Sam, get your shit together. Excuse me. But yeah, I feel like I want to go back and collect all their stuff. Sam.
That's too close.
Fucking. Honestly, dude, it's like it feels like it just randomly forces you to lose your balance under certain. Whereas before, you had to be carrying a bunch of stuff, and yeah, you had to sort of be changing direction too quickly. But you could be carrying stuff, and then you had to focus real hard on not, losing your balance. But now it just seems like regardless of what you do, you're just randomly going to lose your balance because gameplay. It feels like it's a bit forced, and I think that's kind of one of the things I'm feeling, is that I feel like it's desperate to make things happen for the sake of showing them off. It's not just letting me discover stuff on my own. It's kind of like, yeah, the player should definitely experience that. So yeah, just make it happen, even if it doesn't really need to. Randomly trip up, walking on it. Because the thing is, if you're walking, like if you're carrying cargo with your hands on an uneven surface, but now, yeah, like you're just walking along in a dead straight. Like if I suddenly did this, I would expect to lose my balance, but I'm not, But you'll be walking in a straight line, and it'll be like, whoa. It's like, what are you doing? Like I'm not doing anything like unlevel right now. It's perfectly fine, But whatever. Again, I'm trying super hard to not be critical, because there's a bunch of amazing stuff here. It's really fucking good. Suge. Yeah. Once I 5-starred. Oh, you didn't deliver that bit. Why the fuck not? Why did you not fucking deliver that bit, you fucking clown? I put it down right in front. Dudes. Honestly, that's fucking stupid. And now I can't. Okay, so you know what, yeah. Backup generator 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's a bunch of them here. Are they not for this place? Say. Is it going somewhere else? Maybe I'm fucking confused. Oh, it's going to the fucking messenger. Okay, my bad. Okay, right, yeah. So yeah, we're not going back to that fucking spot to pick up all that stuff that person dropped. We're going to load this into our fucking truck. Fuck, I hope we got space. I hope we've got space. Sam, come on. No, I can't use the vehicle when it's outside the fucking area. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, game can be silly. Game can be silly. Because the fucking ceramics and the other shit are the stuff I'm trying to get rid of. The ceramics and all that shit is the stuff I'm going to try and recycle and get rid of. Okay, apparently I do have a delivery for them as well. Apologies, dudes. It's been a stressful day, and yeah, the game has been awkward tonight, unfortunately. Just can't fucking clear my throat. I think that might also be stress related as well, where I just fucking can't clear my throat. It fucking refuses to give me my voice back. And I haven't really done that much speaking today. Oh, I can't even fucking fit that much inside this place. Oh my god. Dude, seriously, people that fucking... Whatever. You know what? The next person that comes along can just have a bunch of fucking shit that I don't need. Offload that. Those ceramics can go into a road that somebody else wants to build. The metals I'll keep. But yeah, beyond that, everything else can fucking blow me. Fuck off. Right. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm just getting myself into such a fucking mess trying to fucking do too many things at once with this game sometimes. It definitely can, you can end up with just way too much to do. So, cargo-wise, I've got some stuff for them. And they're based all the way over here. So to get to them, better go past the pizza chef. Take that the last one, right, so. And yeah, for the sake of simplicity, I'm gonna fucking just jump on the road and drive most of the way there on the road. Well, to the pizza chef at least. Yes, apologies, dudes. It's been difficult to find the fun today. A lot of the things that I've taken on have been way more awkward than I wanted them to be. And yeah, a lot of the deliveries we've had have been fucking really arduous and complicated and difficult, and it's just, we just caught a bit of a fucking bad run of luck, I suppose. So yes, apologies. We've still got it done. The deliveries needed to get done. Yes, yeah, the board was fun. The board was fun. That'll come in handy later on. That'll come in handy another time. But yeah, it's just, yeah, a lot of the deliveries we've had to make have involved, you know, a lot of fucking dicking around with rough terrain, or just really long distances on foot, or, you know, fucking BTs spawning multiple times. We've just kind of been, you know, the game's really fucking put us through our paces tonight. It's been a bit awkward, but yeah, apologies. Another one of those quiet nights where you just want the game to just be, you know, fun to play, and, you know, you can have just a bunch of fun playing it. But no, the game has you in its sights, and it wants to fucking punish you for everything. So, just got to grind it. Search a function in OBS. I struggle here too. What function in OBS are you trying to achieve to? Because I might be able to help you out. There's one thing I've been doing a lot the last 3 years is making OBS do things it doesn't necessarily want to do out of the box, but things that help me in a big way. I have to fucking gargle some salt water before I go to bed, I think. Because it's very strange. The weather is really fucking strange at the moment. So it's really humid, and it's probably still 20-ish degrees right now. So I could have the window open at night, but I guarantee by sort of 2-3 o'clock in the morning, it'll be about 14 degrees outside. Which means if I leave the window open and fall asleep, I wake up with a sore throat. So I've had a sore throat for like a week and a half, which is the last thing I need on top of all the other fucking problems I got with my health. But yeah, if I close the window, it'll be too hot for me to sleep. Excuse me, sir, can you pick that up, please? You can entrust that to somebody else. So yeah, I think we could probably just completely detour this way and stay up here out of harm's way. That might be a better way of doing it. The exposure changes really fucking harshly. You come out of the start menu sometimes. Oh yeah, yes, whatever. I'm over here, I'm out of the way. You know, I'm not bothering anybody, just fucking leave me alone. But like I was saying earlier, the changes to the BTs, they make them way more annoying. And I know they're supposed to be an enemy character, they're supposed to be, you know, difficult. Yeah, I think they've gone just a little bit. Fucking facing completely the wrong way. They've taken it a little bit too far for me personally. To the point where it's not like, okay, I need to be careful here, there's BTs. It's more like, oh, for fuck's sake. Now I've got to fucking dick around and try and trick the game into not, you know, spotting me rather than, you know, just playing the game. But anyway, sorry. I'm trying to not be fucking pessimistic, but yeah. It's a shame. It is still a good game, though. Please don't get me wrong. It is still a fucking brilliant game. I've had a lot of fun playing it so far, and I hope I continue to have a lot of fun playing it. But yeah, the BTs can fucking blow me. They're so fucking annoying in this one. The line of sight thing, the fact that they all have line of sight is, yeah. No, that's not enough to damage it. That isn't enough to damage stuff. I barely fucking touched it. The cargo being damaged is super inconsistent, dude. It's just, it means you can never really learn how to avoid it, because it comes out of nowhere on you. Yeah, we're not too far back anyway, but yeah. So, map, please orientate yourself. So, yeah, we've got a pretty clean shot here. So if we can go to our right and head uphill, that's good. But yeah. I promise you, I know it looks like I'm wasting time, you know, just forcing myself to use the truck all the time. You know what I mean? I'm just like, yeah, I'm good, you know? Like, I'm not gonna waste a bunch of resources, potentially die and have to reset anyway. It just isn't worth the risk. I'd rather just fucking try and drive away from them. Right, can I squeeze up here without damaging my cargo? Right, any rocks? Any rocks? Right, okay, I think we're all right. So, down here, cross the river. But yes, apologies, chat, like I say, it's, yeah, it's just, when you've got this many options in video games these days, sometimes you just keep making the wrong choices without knowing it, and you just end up with really awkward gameplay, and the game doesn't shine sometimes. And it's a shame, it happens, but it happens with all games. It's not, I'm not trying to single out this game. It happens with all games. Sometimes you just get a bunch of really awkward missions in a row, and you're like, oh my god, this is a fucking slog. And everything is awkward on purpose because that's how the game wants to be, and it's just, you just catch a bunch of awkward gameplay in a row, and yeah, the game doesn't shine quite as brightly as it has been. But it's just it's how video games are, you know. They just like the tide, they come and go, they rise and fall. Oh, was that fucking? I thought I just picked up something and it had music coming out of it, but no, it was that fucking timefall shelter over there. Oh, yeah, right. Fucking hell. This person is such a fucking cunt to get to. They're such a fucking arse to get to. I think they are probably... I probably might need to set up a zip line for this one. I mean, somebody's already put a zip line there, so maybe there is, but yeah. World's held up by duct tape, and any prolonged exposure always reveals that much. Yeah. And yeah, it's just... I've just caught a few awkward missions... Caught a few awkward missions in a row. I could get my fucking mouth to work, please. I've just caught a few awkward missions in a row, and it's been lots and lots of fucking walking very slowly because of tar spawning out of nowhere, or carrying a shit ton of stuff, and just lots and lots of awkwardness. And I haven't really got as many deliveries done today as I'd like to. We haven't really built any roads other than that tiny little section at the beginning of stream. And I was kind of hoping somebody else would have grabbed that. You know, I left a little bit behind. I thought somebody else should grab that, but we'll check it next stream. But, you know, of course not. But yes, we've just had to grind it tonight, and it's been quite stressful. So I apologise, dudes. But yeah, it's just part and parcel of playing video games. Got nothing to do with Death Stranding specifically. It's just part and parcel. With playing video games, you get stretches of awkward, annoying gameplay that you've got to get through.
Hey, Sam, you look a bit
I mean, some games are all annoying stretches of games. I mean, We Happy Few. Fuck me, man. I felt let down by that game. Art direction looked cool, you know, story looked kind of cool, but fuck me, man. The gameplay was just fucking inanely just bad. And it's just the same fucking really flimsy, hollow objectives surrounded by a bunch of really annoying status bars you have to look after, and just really awkward, stupid fucking RNG that made you fucking end up walking off into the middle of nowhere for large... oh shit, and rest there. Okay. God, fuck that game. Exactly. Fighting tax dodges. Love the captions on Twitch. World held up by duct tape. Yes. Yeah, I know what you mean. I read that one earlier. Oh, yeah. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. So. No. Cargo. that, all of that. All of that can go on my back. And then I can entrust everything on my back. Other porters? Give them something to do. Cool. And then I'll go over here. Create one of these. Do a quick save as well for luck. We'll head to the title screen. I'll jump you guys over to here because yes, it's 11 o'clock and it's been quite a long-winded, awkward stream. So I will probably call it there. But yes, I promise you, I am enjoying the game. I promise you. It's just there are stretches of gameplay where all of the just turn the fucking console off, mate. Seriously, every option under the sun pops up apart from the one that I need. Anyway, sorry, I've obviously got no patience today. I apologize. But yes, let me grab a tab and we'll see who is on for a sneaky little raid. But yes, thank you for everyone's patience tonight. I appreciate that. Browser, are you going to work? Mouse, are you going to work? What's going on? What's going on? Mouse, are you going to work? Grab a tab. But yes, I need things to work. I need things to do what they're supposed to do. I need things to work. I need things to just not stress me out right now. I've got enough. And I don't need any more fucking stress. Right, let me see who is on. Who have we got? Who have we got? Jedi Fallen Order, Undermine, Noita, Valheim, and Rocket League. Who else have we got? You see who we haven't rated for a while. They're fucking massive. They've got 1,500 viewers. They've got 407 viewers. That's a lot. So I might find somebody a little bit more chill. So we haven't had a chance to ride this person, and they're playing Undertale, which is fucking really clever. Excuse me. Oh, there goes my throat clearing finally, just as I end stream. Anyway, I'll get the race started. But yes, apologies, dudes. I've been a bit of a fucking shithead tonight. I know you guys deserve better, but yeah, just everything I've tried to do in the game has been awkward, tedious, slow, and just required me to just grind at it to fucking get it done. It hasn't really done anything super interesting. We've kind of just done a bunch of legwork for like 5 or 6 hours. So I apologize. It wasn't my intention. I wanted to do a few deliveries, build some roads, go to the Magellan, do some story like we did last time. Last stream was perfect. We did a little bit of everything and it all worked. It was really perfect. So yeah, I feel like things flowed a lot better in the last stream. But yes, thank you guys for being here. You guys have got all your socials there. So there's the Discord. If you'd like to hop in the Discord, you get much more up-to-date go live notifications, as well as a few other sections where we talk about technology, photography, games and stuff like that. It's not super busy in there. There's not hundreds of people in there. There's only sort of like 50 or 60 of us. It's pretty chill. So I know Discords are obviously, they're a dime a dozen and everyone's got a fucking Discord. But yeah, trying to grow the Discord and do some more stuff community-wise with the Discord. But obviously it's not going to go off every single, because I'm part of Discords and some of them there's like 5, 15, 20 messages every single fucking day. And I'm just, I can't do it. I mute them. And it's just, yeah, it's silly. I shouldn't have to mute them, but you know, so much stuff is going on that doesn't involve me. But anyway, I've got all the socials there: Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Blue Sky, all that sort of stuff for clips and other various different social media stuff. So feel free to follow on there. For everyone that does follow and interacts with the content on there, thank you so much, guys. Everyone in YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out on YouTube. Oh shit, the raid's going to go through. I can stop the YouTube stream.